First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, ooh, the way that things have been. Oh, ooh. Second thing, second, don't you tell me what you think that I can be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my sea. Oh, ooh, the master of my sea. Oh, I was broken from a young age, taking my soak into the masses, writing my poems for the few that look at me, took to me, shook at me, feeling me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, seeing the beauty through the... Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Hey, you make me a believer.
What's about to happen is we see the dragon. I link with the dragons and we gon' get ratchet. No need for imagining, this is what's happening. Second thing second, I reckon immaculate. Sign about accurate. I know the strength that don't come without strategy. I know the sweet that don't come without cavities. I know the passages come with some traffic. I start from the basement, end up in the attic. And third thing third, whoever count me out, they simply can't count. Let's get mathematic, I'm up in this hook. Is you a believer? I get a unicorn out of a zebra. I wear my uniform like a tuxedo. This dragon don't hold his breath, don't need a breather. Like you, Miss Cedar, the son of a leader. I know the blooming don't come without rain. I know the losing don't come without shame. I know the beauty don't come without holla. Last thing last. I know that torture don't come without Wayne. I know that losing don't come without gain. I know that beauty don't come without.
Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Hey, you make me a believer, believer. By the grace of the fire and the flames, you're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke up when it rained down. It rained down like. Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Believer, believer. Hey, let the bullets fly, let them rain. My life, my love, my God, they came from. Hey, you make me a believer, believer.
Boys call you sexy, and you don't care what they say. See, every time you turn around, they're screaming your name. Now I've got a confession. When I was young, I wanted attention, and I promised myself that I'd do anything at all for them to notice me. But I ain't complaining. We all wanna be famous. So go ahead and say what you wanna say. You don't know what it's like to be nameless. Won't even know what your name is. When I was younger, I would say, when I grow up, I wanna be famous, I wanna be a star, I wanna be a movie. When I grow up, I wanna see the world, drive my cars, I wanna have Ruby.
When I grow up, I want to be famous. That's what Derek Savage said when he was born. And after he got a felony for making machine guns or something, he got to move to, where am I? Move to Hollywood to make his dreams come true with $2,000 and a cat suit. It's the truth. And today, because someone on my Discord chat brought him up, well, said he didn't know who that is. Now we got to go into it. There's a whole bunch of other things I could talk about, but, well, it's related because we'll watch the Turkey Tom documentary, because honestly, he is the best documentary on Cool Cat, and then that can be his victory lap. That can be an extra fucking view for him after winning the battle against the evil Kiwi Farm fucking feminist trying to cancel men with fake rape allegations like they always do. Disgusted by those radical feminists on Kiwi Farms. But Josh handled it fairly and took the L with grace. That's fine. We'll watch the Turkey Tom video on Cool Cat, because that sounds like a great, amazing time. And then meanwhile, on A Sprite, I'm going to make a cup of Easy Mac. I don't know if I'm going to actually, I don't know what I'm going for, but it will turn into a Bulldog Cthulhu. That's what I got out of Binky and macaroni. It would make a Bulldog Cthulhu, Tonto. I figured it out. We are going to make our own Pokemon game. No problem. I don't know why that has anything to do with the stream. Yeah, feminism will destroy you all because who are we kidding? Women rule the world. Anyway, let's get to it. I'm just hyped, so we just gotta do it. Getting right to it. The video is titled "The World's Worst Children's Movie Director." Got 7.2 million views. Everybody should know the tale. I have watched this documentary twice, actually. I do watch it once a year. I've never watched it with you fine folks, but that's why I'm calling it the annual Cool Cat rewatching, because all the good clips and everything are in this, so it really is a good highlight show. That's why I kind of, there are certain dramas I don't follow, because there's some dense shit with a lot of lore. I'm like, for real, 3 years from now, someone's gonna put out a banger video essay with all the facts, and it'll be absolute cinema. If I watch it now, it might be ruined. That's how I feel about the Cool Cat documentary from Turkey Tom. It's kind of a perfect movie, even though the tale of Derek Savage, of course, has not ended. Edutainment. Macaroni Cup.
Bad movies are far too common. The industry is rife with untalented people who allow terrible projects to be developed and unleashed onto the unsuspecting public. Normally, these movies flop and the public leaves them behind. Their creators then either are forced to improve or leave the film world entirely. But there are rare cases when this doesn't happen. Sometimes, movies are so riddled with flaws that they actually loop back around to being enjoyable. And in the years following the advent of the internet, an entire subculture has emerged to discuss them. These films then gain a cult following, and the people behind them are encouraged to continue their careers in hopes that they'll repeat their mistakes and make equally terrible movies for their new audience to enjoy. Although this doesn't always work out. Filmmakers typically don't like seeing their movie mocked, even if the viewers still enjoy it on some level. Tommy Wiseau, the creator of the most well-known So Bad It's Good movie, The Room, is one such case. After its release, he struggled to cope with the idea that something he created was ridiculed, but eventually came to accept and even enjoy the recognition it got. But by that point, he'd gained enough self-awareness that the ability to make another similarly bad film had been lost. What made The Room so unique was the complete ineptitude of its creation, which can't easily be repeated if the person behind it actually listens to criticism. Other filmmakers, however, remain completely oblivious to how their films are regarded and can continue onward, generally unaffected by the criticism they face and consistently produce cult classic films, such as Neil Breen. As a result, he's garnered a loyal audience who will support each new project he releases to ensure he can continue to produce these terrible films. But there is one person who's managed to tread the line between these two paths, taking arguably the worst approach for well over 7 years. A man who's lashed out at criticism and forced audience support away, but through sheer lack of self-awareness has never improved, let alone been able to come to terms with how his movies are truly perceived. That man is the creator of Cool Cat Saves the Kid.
There's one thing I'll always say about Donald Trump, which is that he's proven to me that anybody could be president, right? That guy could be president. There's no excuse for someone not be able to get a job to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, because by God, Derek Savage is making it work. This is a very important tale.
Derek Savage. The name is infamous in the world of film. His movies are terrible for a number of reasons, but as time has gone on, Derek Savage himself has become the subject of ridicule rather than just his work. From sleazy business practices to flat-out awful treatment of those around him, Derek has carved out a more infamous reputation for himself as a person than Cool Cat Saves the Kids or any bad movie ever could, even to the point where those who love his work refuse to support him when creating new films because of his actions over the years. Derek's descent was a long one, and few know exactly how he became the way he is today. Derek Savage was born on May 3rd, 1962, in Virginia. There is very little information surrounding his early life, but he stated numerous times that he was bullied a lot at a young age and created an imaginary friend to support him through everything he endured. Its name was Cool Cat. At the age of 10, Derek also got his first gun, and possibly as a result of the bullying, he became very passionate about self-defense training, and it eventually led him to getting a concealed carrying permit and being armed during almost any situation. Sometime during his teenage years, he spent time living in Raleigh, North Carolina, and began forming high hopes for the future. Derek has never been overtly clear about this period of his life, but many have guessed that his original aspirations were to be a movie star in the action genre, since most of his early interests pivoted on those types of roles. By 1986, he'd moved to Los Angeles and began trying his hand at acting. Most of the roles he managed to land were as an extra. That year, he appeared in Rodney Dangerfield's movie Back to School, and the year following, he had bit parts in the movie Fatal Beauty and a TV show called Hotel. Derek immediately learned how competitive the Hollywood scene was, and for one reason or another, he took other kinds of opportunities that came his way. He appeared as a model in Playgirl magazine, as well as on the cover of Singles magazine at the same time. Presumably, after this point, he took a break from the spotlight in favor of steadier jobs, since little else was public about Derek's career history for the next several years. He himself claims to have worked in the machine gun industry.
And I even used to be in the machine gun industry, so I guess you could say
Yeah, and you kind of got in trouble for that. It'll get into it. I really want, if anyone ever does play fucking Derek Savage over here, and there's no reason Derek Savage couldn't, but it's fucking Saul. Fucking Odenkirk has to do it. Who he's meant to play.
I know a little bit about this topic.
It was around this time Derek was charged and convicted for a felony, possession of an unregistered firearm. This firearm was a modified M11 pistol with a firing pin bolt assembly labeled M11 SMG. As a result of the alterations, this particular gun had the ability to shoot multiple rounds in succession with one trigger press, which legally classed it as a machine gun. In his legal defense, Derek argued that the general definition of a trigger is a curved metal trigger, and that because his gun didn't use this standard firing mechanism, it didn't fall under the machine gun umbrella and was acceptable. This was pointed out as untrue in the courtroom, since by that logic, anyone could get around NFA guidelines and create machine guns just by instead using buttons and switches to fire. He also pleaded ignorance of the law that required such guns to have specialized registration. This defense was rejected as well.
Always remember that. You can't go into court and say, well, Judge, I didn't know it. I thought it was this. I thought it was that. No, it's not. Ignorant of the law is not an excuse.
Interestingly,
Ignorant of the law is not an excuse. I've told you with my legal knowledge and studying, and him, victim of the legal system, has told you. As well as Casey Tron, she's told you as well. So now you know. If you want to go start ruckus with the law, ignorance will not get you out of it, sovereign citizen. Can't make machine guns.
The name listed on the court documents was Daryl Ray Evans, which is presumably Derek's real name. This was unearthed when internet users looked into Derek's companies. They found that his publishing firm, Blue Thunder Books, was legally owned by this name, and that its birthday and other information matched perfectly with what is known of Derek. From here, public records surrounding the court case were discovered. He never confirmed this was actually him, but has blocked people on Twitter who ask him about it. At the time, it seemed as if this conviction marked a change in Derek's life. Possibly to avoid the stigma of being known as a felon, it was around this time he began donning the name Derek Savage and pivoted away from both the gun industry and acting in favor of a more creative outlet. He founded Derek Savage Productions and gave it an accompanying website. And what's more, he switched from appearing in movies to writing them when he began creating his own screenplays with hopes of having them developed into films someday. The first
This man made his screenplay into a movie. What with my entertainment value that I've brought to the stream and my storytelling ability, could we turn into a fucking movie? I think the whole Ethan versus Hassan. Like, I don't know if it's an exact retelling or we just get some douchebag characters to all play the roles of basically what happened. Kind of like how there was that the Bling Gang movie about those people that robbed Lindsay Lohan's house. Like, they really did all that. But it was like a movie with like fun teenage hijinks. I don't know. What should we make a movie about? That we need to get this happening, because if we make a movie, and even if it's a fucking shitty C movie, and I don't know, we make like 22 grand in popcorn sales, motherfuckers, that's money we can spend on the lottery and get that X-Play channel. Investments. We're all here to grow together, everybody.
of his self-published work included Hell's Nightmare, a love story set during Christianity's Armageddon, The Dancer, a male stripper story, which had been referenced as being vaguely based on his own experiences, and Sweet Revenge, a book about a man seeking revenge against a gang that killed his family. Derek ends its description by saying, "The story has little to no profanity with a message that white and black can live in friendship and overcome evil together." Of the three, Hell's Nightmare was the only full length to see any form of release when it was sold as a novel. It's unclear exactly why Derek started this venture, but his last known acting appearance was as an extra in a movie called Ricochet in 1991, a year prior to the court case. Despite the fact that Derek had withdrawn from acting, he continued to involve himself with the Hollywood sphere, stating he worked as an agent around this time. His free hours were spent writing, and over time his focus would shift quite a lot.
I started writing kids' books about 20 years ago. First I started out writing screenplays, then novel manuscripts. I said, hey, I want to start writing some kids' books.
Derek would first make the jump to writing stories for kids in 1999 when he created a book called Trolley the Trout Makes Friends, following a character of the same name. The goal behind it was to teach children basic lessons about friendship, which seemed to become Derek's calling going forward. In that same year, he followed it up with 2 more installments, hoping to instruct kids on other topics, like what to do if you find a gun in Trolley the Trout Finds a Gun, and why stealing is wrong in Trolley and the Stolen Necklace. Shortly after, he followed this up with a second series called Donnie the Dinosaur.
Well, if a fish found a gun, it would be irrelevant, because you can't fire a gun underwater. That's not how gunpowder works, duh.
Whose stories were similar in tone. These books were printed with both English and Spanish text in order to be bilingual and be able to be read by as many kids as possible. It's quite possible that his childhood of bullying made him particularly sympathetic to the struggles kids face, and wanted to be able to help them using the media he created. Derek most likely felt creating books with useful messages for kids was a positive contribution to the world, which built a strong sense of purpose for him. That's why the very next project would focus on a character he'd conceived long ago for that very reason. Cool Cat. His imaginary childhood friend was now reimagined.
I mean, you be out here laughing, but do you remember the hot drama in 2008 when those people showed up at Obama's, like, inauguration dinner? And then those people were on Real Housewives of fucking DC or whatever. And it really was a situation. Like, this was like a national security issue that they somehow just got in there. But the show built up why it happened. It was basically, I'm so cool that I got invited to the White House. No, you didn't. We don't believe you. Yeah, I thought you'll see me on TV. It was literally the plot from the Goof Troop fucking movie. Like, this bitch said she'd be there, so she had to show up on TV after telling everybody she'd be there. So she broke into the fucking White House. Like, I don't know how I got on the. Well, it's like, yeah, so I'm like, that was really just a petty, stupid fucking thing that then we see on the news, and it was like, wow, Obama might be a terrible president because strangers got into the correspondence dinner. Oh no! It was really just dumb drama.
Imagined and put into a storybook, setting out to become a children's icon and help them with their struggles, as he had helped Derek during his childhood. By August of 2000, Derek had released 3 Cool Cat books on his website. Cool Cat, He's a Cool Cat, Cool Cat Goes to Hollywood, and Cool Cat Goes to Texas, none of which are available today. Most of them seem to be Derek's attempt at using Cool Cat to talk about things he liked. This same theme would be adhered to in a later series called Baby Cat, aimed at an even younger audience. On the page hosting the books, characters of the series introduce themselves, including Cool Cat's mother, Blue Birdie, and Cool Cat himself. The Blue Birdie character would also later be repurposed for his own book called Bible Birdie. The site also linked to a short Cool Cat cartoon, which was the first known video adaptation of the character. Derek adds that its music was sung by the Tony.
Hi, Fancy Dan. We're looking at a user today, and by that, a rewatch of everyone's favorite user. I might look up at the Kiwi Farms thread, see what our boy's up to. I do like his Trump raps; they're pretty good.
Tony Award-winning musician Linda Hopkins, who he had likely connected with during his acting days.
Dude, Dan was fucking forgiven. He was correct. We looked that fucking story up. Someone at Olive Garden did just say, I don't want to live anymore. And they jumped into a thing. Why do I? It's a horrible thing. A horrible thing. Every time I try talking about it. It needs to stop. No, it's not funny. It's fucking terrible. Still, I'll think about your movie plots. We'll get some fucking. We'll find YouTube how to write a script tutorial. Maybe Derek Savage has some.
He likes to read and his mom is happy because he plays around. Cool Cat's cool.
Over the next several years, Derek began to expand his catalog of books. He created 2 stories for
Tonto, in Dan's defense, that was an article in the New York fucking Post. You know, it's not the greatest newspaper, but it's the one with the headlines that catch people's attentions. And we know that Dan is a headline type of dude. How do you not see persons tuck their head in a deep fryer? They had to fight him to stop. You know what? If a person's gotta die and leave this world, isn't it better that someone like me is having a laugh and spreading joy to myself, spreading my laughing muscles for no fucking reason other than being like, that's horrible, mental health, blah, blah, blah. That's more stressful. That's all.
a new series called Barnyard Buddies, and an animated short for his Trolley the Trout books, also featuring vocals by Linda Hopkins. But most of his energy had shifted to Cool Cat. By 2004, he'd written 9 books around him, with no sign of stopping anytime soon. Although he continued to work a day job alongside his creative efforts, at some point in the next several years, he received employment at a trade school as a recruiter, which paid decently to the point of being able to fund some of his artistic ventures. For one reason or another, Derek shelved his previous collection of books at this point and hired a new.
So Derek's most successful employment was being a recruiter. So going around getting other people jobs, not himself. And sometimes you gotta wonder, is it because he got the greatest deals? Is he really good, real good salesman? Really personable? Or did they take the job to get him to leave them the fuck alone? At least they'll get paid to get Derek Savage to leave him the fuck alone and never have to call him on the phone again.
Illustrator to produce installments of the Cool Cat series going forward. This could have been for any number of reasons, such as an increased budget, a falling out with the original artist, or simply being dissatisfied with the older style. It's not overtly clear what happened, but Derek would revamp his literary work going forward, and even created his own publishing company called Blue Thunder Books as a means of being able to better distribute his bibliography. Starting in September 2010, he began publishing the first of new Cool Cat books, Cool Cat Loves Wrestling, Cool Cat Loves Baseball, and Cool Cat Loves the Beach. Several more, such as Cool Cat Loves Horses, Cool Cat Saves the World, Cool Cat Loves Karate, and Cool Cat Loves Military Kids, are revealed to have existed and contains the
Now, Cool Cat, it's already bad enough you're having those kind of feelings, but to get all specific with it, that's fucking even worse.
likenesses of various celebrities, but this batch of stories was soon lost entirely and is yet to be re-released. Cool Cat Loves Karate stood out due to a promotional poster Derek made with 24 celebrity martial artists, claiming they liked it, making the story the most endorsed karate book in history. Derek also incorporated both English and Spanish translations onto the pages, making the new Cool Cat books another bilingual series. Included with a bunch were other installments that attempted to give positive messages for kids about the importance of being environmentally friendly, which was a topic that was becoming especially relevant at
So, now, honestly, would Derek Savage had been a bad employee for PragerU? Because he's kind of different. You can't put him on any team. This man who is in trouble for making machine guns is also an environmentalist, wishing that people could save the world and watch their carbon footprint.
the time. Derek
Derek's one of them libertarians. Well, actually, he does the 420 awards, but I don't think he believes in it.
addressed the subject in Cool Cat Goes Ethanol, later changed to Cool Cat Loves Going Green, and Cool Cat Loves Biodiesel. As a result of these two stories, Derek got his first bit of mainstream attention when he appeared on Fox News in Las Vegas to advertise the Cool Cat collection of books. It's unclear exactly how successful the books were after this promotion, but Derek continued to put forward effort developing Cool Cat into a popular franchise. He decided that the best way to do so was to pursue being picked up by a network for an official TV series surrounding the character. He was evidently told that the best means to do so would be to produce a pilot episode to pitch to investors. Derek then began laying the groundwork for the project using his connections in the industry, and in March of 2012 put out a casting call for actors to be featured in the short. His casting director, Paul Din McCrillis, managed to get in touch with two minor celebrities, Vivica A. Fox, who was known for her roles in Kill Bill and Independence Day, as well as Eric Estrada, who had a lead role in the 1970s show Chips. It's unclear exactly.
Excuse you, I know Eric Estrada from C-Lab 2021.
Actually why these two in particular were chosen, but it's possible that Derek was simply trying to get the most well-known actors he could find to play minor roles as a means of cheaply giving the short more appeal. Derek had originally intended Eric's part to be played by John Schneider, known for his leading role in The Dukes of Hazzard, but he pulled out at the last minute. In terms of the main cast, an actor known as Jason Johnson applied for the role of Cool Cat and was chosen by Derek the very next month. To play the part, Jason donned a Cool Cat costume that Derek paid a website called AlexInWonderland.com to custom design for the character. Jason would later reveal that the suit was exceptionally hot to be in during the sunny weather of the shoot, and that the gloves were so bulky that he was unable to grip most objects, especially because one hand was also equipped with a mechanism that operated the mouth. The antagonist of the short was selected to be a boy named Connor Dean, who'd been picked out of a group of 30 applicants to play the role of Butch the Bully, who would become a fan favorite later on. The short was to be titled Cool Cat Stops Bullying, which acted as an adaptation of Derek's book by the same name. The plot is that Cool Cat and his friend Maria are at Vivica and Eric's house and get pushed around by Butch the Bully before being taught how to stand up to him. Apparently, the set used for this short was actually the backyard of Hulk Hogan's body double, if you can believe that. The first day on set was in fact Derek's first time as a director in any context. Despite this, the setting was described as very professional by those involved. He had a large crew and even an assistant director to aid in the filming, although this was in large part to keep up appearances in front of Vivica and Eric, which didn't last since the two were paid $1,000 each for only that one day of shooting. But even on the first day when Derek was attempting to keep the production
Going from actual Hollywood movies to taking $1,000 from Derek Savage, though,
as professional as possible, there were still moments that stuck out as strange to others involved.
He made a very big deal about the only editor that he ever worked with, how he won an Emmy. Well, he actually had this editor come down to the set and bring his Emmy, and he had the actors pose with this Emmy.
So that's where that picture came from.
Despite Derek crediting the editor, Art Anthony, as an Emmy award-winning editor, he wasn't. He was a nominee. Although, aside from an odd photo, the rest of the production was relatively normal. But after the first day of filming was completed, and the remaining work consisted primarily of reshoots, the atmosphere of the set became much more laid back and less like an official production. Jason would later reveal that Derek had intended to use his own voice for the Cool Cat character, which would be added in post. But Jason did his best to use his voice instead, as to not be left unrecognized in a project with celebrity names attached. Derek later agreed to this, and even gave him a lot of freedom to develop Cool Cat's mannerisms and character details. Jason would even improv some lines, but admitted he rarely strayed from Derek's scripts other than to get around the numerous spelling and grammatical errors Derek had left in them. Following the end of filming, the project was edited down into a 12-minute short. Derek had planned to send it to film festivals, but was caught off guard by the cost for submissions. He opted instead to sell it on DVD through his website, among other distributors like Amazon. Oddly enough, Cool Cat is listed in the credits twice, once in the top spot crediting him as playing himself, and another time in 5th spot, which credited him as being played by Jason, who later stated he was rubbed the wrong way by not officially receiving top billing. Similar to Derek's written work, it isn't easy to gauge exactly how successful the project was upon its release, but it is safe to say that it didn't inherently pave the road for a Cool Cat series by getting the attention of investors, so Derek decided to make another attempt to do so by creating a new short.
You could almost say that Derek Savage learns less than any of the people doing postmortem game devlogs.
With a longer runtime in order to pitch it as a 30-minute TV show as opposed to 15.
We started off with Cool Cat Stops Bullying. It was an anti-bullying film that I made. It was the first project that I actually directed in, the whole 9 yards, produced, directed, wrote, and so it was a crowning achievement for me. But what I quickly learned is that it's extremely difficult to promote a short film, even when they got good actors. I mean, the lovely Vivica A. Fox and Erica Strutter starring in this project. But by getting it out there, it was really difficult. So I said, oh, I need to produce another project. And this time I want to make it right at 24 minutes to get a 30-minute show.
The Cool Cat Finds a Gun short was the next project Derek would take on in order to give gun safety tips as a result of the Sandy Hook shooting. The story was once again lifted from one of Derek's previous books. This time, Trolley Finds a Gun. The short featured a return of Butch the Bully as the antagonist, as well as introduced Derek himself as Cool Cat's father, who's referred to by him as Daddy Derek, which Jason himself was off-put by.
You just, a grown man, just can't ask somebody to call him daddy unless it's your own child. Otherwise, you're doing it behind the door, a closed door of the bedroom. That's okay. It's just,
It was during the filming of this short that a lot of Derek's questionable business tactics were made apparent, such as the fact he had filmed a scene wherein Butch the Bully brings the gun to a school, but did so while it was closed to avoid having to get a proper permit or consult the staff before recording the footage. The cop that then
Wow, Dan, you see this terrible content creator reading his video essay script? Sometimes his rant sona might come on the screen. Isn't he just the worst content creator? So much so that if he were accused of something, we'd believe it immediately.
in the following scene is also a well-known male porn star named Steve Crest, who Derek hired because he had access to a police car. Jason recommended another actor he'd met through previous work that owned one as well, but Derek rejected the idea because he had a Scottish accent that Derek was worried kids wouldn't be able to understand.
Gary Scotty Collins was an actor that I worked with. I recommended him for the policeman role several times. And Derek didn't use him because he has a Scottish accent. So he went with the porn star.
The project was completed with a 22-minute runtime and with Jason directly credited on the box, but it too sold quite poorly. Derek then decided to create another project of the same length to add to the Cool Cat Finds a Gun DVD in hopes that having double the total runtime would increase the odds of the franchise being picked up for a full TV show.
Once again, I ran up, it's really difficult to get a TV show when you just have one product to sell. I mean, if you got a full-on show with, you know, an episodic show, maybe a little bit easier, but it was really tough. But then I just can't put this on a DVD and have a product to sell. So I came up with, bam! Cool Cat and the Hollywood Christmas Parade. Of course, Cool Cat and I were in the Christmas Parade a couple times.
This was the third and final of the Cool Cat shorts, and was produced featuring Derek and Cool Cat participating in the annual Hollywood Christmas Parade in November of 2012 while driving a Cool Cat themed car. Derek has implied that he and Jason were invited to the event, but this was not the case. He paid thousands of dollars for the two to both drive in the parade and be allowed into his after party. The money apparently came from Derek's trade school recruiter job, which he was still apparently working at this point. Interestingly, they were driving what Derek called the Cool Cat convertible.
Who we got right here?
Derek, this is Cool Cat car?
I'll tell you, it's a Cool Cat convertible, baby.
You're kidding. Boy.
Among all the Cool Cat branding, it oddly enough also
I just keep imagining like a Better Call Saul, but instead of doing lawyer shit and like fucking ruining people's lives, he's like fucking scamming the system, but then turns around and it's like, I gotta make my movie happen. I gotta join the parade. It sounds like he's good at his recruiting job.
Advertises a website called NawlsAviation.com as the home of the Cool Cat Harrier. This was because Derek was friends with Art L. Nawls Jr., who possessed the only civilian-owned Harrier jet and had allowed Derek to attach Cool Cat decals to it for his projects. This arrangement had come about when Derek was writing the now unavailable Cool Cat book, Cool Cat Loves Military Children, and used the jet's appearance as an advertising point. Funnily enough, Art's website has since been changed to artnawls.com, so by going to the web address shown on the Cool Cat car today, you'll be redirected to a porn website. Yeah. The car used for this was also a rental, and at one point it needed to be washed with all of the Cool Cat decals removed, so Derek made Jason help out before he would pay him. In fact, Derek also had Jason help him put together sets, including a green screen for footage that went on to be cut from the short. And the issues with Derek continued into the event itself.
Yeah, the dude who plays Cool Cat is like one of those kids with Jimmy McGill, one of those college kids that fucking films him and always get wrapped up into other shit because he doesn't get paid until he gets all the decals off the fucking car.
When he consulted Jason on how he could sneak someone in a witch costume into the audience for an upcoming Cool Cat project he'd thought of, Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, in order to film two projects at once. Jason talked him out of the idea. After the parade itself, the two showed up to the after party, with Derek insisting Jason arrive in costume to record segments with the celebrity guests for upcoming Cool Cat movies. Throughout the night, Derek recorded several segments in which the celebrities look especially uncomfortable, with Jason trying his best to make polite conversation. However, upon wanting to talk to Lou Ferrigno, who he'd grown up watching, Derek held him back since he didn't like him personally. This shoot was when it was becoming clear to Jason exactly how unprofessional Derek could be, but for the moment, he still largely enjoyed the work and put up with a lot of the troubling aspects. Around the
Has anyone ever figured out why the fuck Derek Savage has beef with Lou Ferrigno? Lou Ferrigno's fucking deaf. Can't even hear Derek Savage. What the fuck did he do to piss him and disrespect him so?
Same time as the parade, Derek began expanding the Cool Cat brand by making a Twitter account and YouTube channel called Cool Cat Funhouse, the name of which was most likely based on the title for the live-action Cool Cat TV show he'd been hoping to have picked up, which was mentioned in a 2013 press kit for the franchise. This same press kit also teases at the release of 4 more Cool Cat books that aren't known to have ever come out. All of this made it clear that Derek still had high hopes for the brand, but with the release of Cool Cat and the Hollywood Parade failing to attract the attention of networks and producers, just like its predecessors had, he tried to think of a more effective way to garner publicity. Derek hoped that creating a feature-length Cool Cat property would attract a much wider crowd than a short or even a series of shorts, so a movie seemed like the next logical step. Rather than create a whole new film, he instead decided to simply edit together his previous 3 shorts and record new footage to stitch them into one plot somehow and reach a greater runtime. Whether or not Derek did this to simply save money or to be able to link celebrity names to the project by reusing the footage of Vivica Fox and Eric Estrada isn't certain, but most have assumed it was likely for both reasons. But it should be noted that Derek was able to get Vivica back once again when he gathered several celebrities to film PSA segments on the subject of gun safety. These segments would go on to be used as special features of the Cool Cat movie disc, but some of which were made earlier, most likely for Cool Cat Finds a Gun. One of them featured Vivica, but it's been said she was coerced into being involved. Another was recorded with Chief Scott LaChase of the Burbank Police Department, when Derek had brought Jason, while in costume, to the 2013 Burbank Police and Fireman Safety Day event, although Derek took the opportunity to get rid of unsold Cool Cat merchandise. Most likely, Derek's attempts to sell merchandise and cut corners by reusing footage for this movie was in part because around this time the trade school Derek was employed at closed down, leading to a significant drop in budget for his projects. As a result, Derek decided to
Probably because he fucking gave all the company's money away to everyone he recruited.
seek out money through crowdfunding sites instead. On June 26, 2013, Derek created his first fundraiser simply titled Cool Cat Saves the Kids. The project stated that Derek was raising money for the feature film, and that 50 minutes of the intended 75 were already complete, which was just 6 minutes shy of being the entire cumulative runtime of all 3 Cool Cat shorts. Most likely this meant Derek had yet to film any new material. He also mentioned that the trailer for Cool Cat Finds a Gun had acquired over 18,000 views on YouTube, which was possibly the first time the franchise had received any publicity online, but exact metrics have been lost today. Although what Derek was not aware of is that these views had originated from an article written about Cool Cat on the site Something Awful, which went in depth about the franchise to make fun of it. The page went over the character itself, as well as the questionable celebrity endorsements, and Derek's library of adult work being advertised alongside kids' content. Despite this, Derek himself appeared to not take notice and simply continued on with the fundraiser. The reward tiers included a thank you email at $1, a PDF of a Cool Cat poster for you to print yourself at $10, your name in the credits at $100, a t-shirt at $250.
We watch enough shit on this stream while I'm learning to pixel art or do what the hell ever. I swear to God, we might find out that Low Tax was CIA. So many things. So many things attached to him, creating fucking internet boxing, fucking first IRL fight, really, out here. Something Awful just led to so much shit. The Mango PSYOP, you know, it just don't end.
$50, and a trip to visit the set and have a small role in the movie at $1,000. With this, Derek also offered to credit the backer on an IMDb page, among other things. The project had a funding goal of $25,000, but only managed to raise $360 before Derek canceled the project 2 weeks after launch, claiming he'd found an investor to back it. However, much later on, Jason Johnson would state that Derek had never gotten investor backing for any of his films, and that even the producers he credited were just friends who'd done him favors. These included Art Knowles, as well as Jason himself for all 3 original Cool Cat shorts. Most likely, Derek simply canceled the Kickstarter campaign due to a lack of funding and made up the excuse of having found an investor to keep up appearances. This is substantiated by the fact that around the same time, he also tried creating a fundraiser for the same project on Indiegogo, which he later canceled for the same reason. The movie would seemingly be shelved, but would slowly enter development in the coming years, and it's unclear even to this day where its budget even came from. But Derek wasn't done with Kickstarter by a long shot. Over the next few months, he released several more unsuccessful campaigns for a variety of ventures. The first was in October of 2013, when he made a fundraiser for his book, Cool Cat Loves the Soldiers, which he claimed to have invested $2,000 into and needed $2,700.
Well, I'm glad Cool Cat took interest in the military kids before moving on to the soldiers. Seems like he's really shaped up.
$150 more for the remaining illustrations and cost printing the first round of physical copies. The book also features an appearance of Art Knowles' Harrier jet, so it's entirely possible that this book is actually a modified version of Cool Cat Loves Military Children.
Here's another one for you. Hey, I think they're pretty cool. And something else that's really cool, with the Cool Cat Loves a Soldier's book, I teamed with Lieutenant Colonel Art Knowles, who owns the world's only civilian-owned Harrier jet.
The project only managed to reach 345 of its goal before closing, but the book would end up being finished later on since Derek has showcased copies to be sold in later videos. In May of the following year, he then put out an unexpected project called I Have Cancer, a medical marijuana story. The plot synopsis Derek provided on his website read, I Have Cancer, a medical marijuana story is about a lady who gets breast cancer and, as the chemo medicine destroys her physically, her best friend convinces her to try marijuana to help combat her pain. As reality sets in, and as the cancer deathbed looms in her future, Lisa meets a nice man and finds happiness, and the marijuana is helping her illness. But can it keep her stay alive? This heart-gripping project is very inspiring, yet there's also a lot of humor in the story. This movie is extremely positive for the medical marijuana and cancer awareness movement. The story presumably existed in the form of a screenplay, and Derek's intention in creating the Kickstarter project was to raise $70,000 to develop it into a feature film. Despite the fact that Derek had now made 4 unsuccessful fundraisers by this point, and was now asking for triple of what he'd previously been unable to raise, he had enough faith in the idea to create an entirely new website for the project and even give it an IMDb page. The cast was planned to include Derek himself, Vivica Fox, Art Knowles, his Harrier jet, and Judge Jim Gray, who was the 2012 vice presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party. It's unknown if any of the people Derek mentioned had yet agreed to be in this project. After around 3 weeks with only $601 raised, Derek canceled this project as well and claimed he'd found an investor to back it. After 8 years, nothing new has developed regarding this screenplay, and in that time, he had tried to sell the web domains he'd apparently set aside in preparation for its release, some of which were for a documentary he also planned to release on the same subject at that time. Derek updated the page in 2020, so he may still plan to develop it. This was made more evident in an email from a fan that had possibly been in contact with Derek in 2019, who was told by him that he was currently working on the project. Although, in the time immediately following the fundraiser, it seemed his focus returned to Cool Cat. Only 2 weeks before launching his medical marijuana Kickstarter project, the Cool Cat Funhouse YouTube channel released the official trailer for Cool Cat Saves the Kids, the feature film. This trailer would slowly gain traction online as other videos from the channel had before, with the online world beginning to anticipate the release. Derek had begun filming the additional scenes necessary to piece the movie together and added several more positive lessons for kids on a variety of topics, such as exercising and graffiti. Unfortunately, this caused several issues. Many of the child actors from the original shorts had drastically changed in appearance with age, and because of Derek's tendency to avoid reshooting footage, the additions were highly noticeable. And of course, without many retakes, there are a lot of poor line readings that would have been cut or reshot had anyone else been at the helm of production.
He's about to graffiti our neighbor's wall, and it's not cool to paint on someone's wall.
This, of course, was only made worse by all of the other general issues.
You know what, though? How's come no one's elected Cool Cat's actor to play Sonic the Hedgehog? I could see it. Can't graffiti on that wall. Sounds like a Sonic line to me.
Issues such as bad acting, writing, editing, and nearly every type of flaw a film can possess. Unfortunately, there were just as many issues going on behind the scenes. For one thing, Derek and Jason continued to disagree on certain decisions for the movie. This didn't tend to cause issues between them, but Derek's comments were often strange, like how he told Jason that kids were asking Cool Cat to shake his butt more. It only added to the creepiness of the character being an adult man in a catsuit. It also didn't help that Derek had written a girl to swoon over him in one scene.
Cool Cat's so brave. Yeah, he's a real crime fighter.
Cool Cat also scratched his stomach several times and waved his leg, which was intended to give his character a cat-like trait, but many thought it looked more like masturbation. This particular idea was actually Jason's rather than Derek's, so there was at least one mocked aspect of the movie that Derek wasn't to blame for. It didn't help that Derek's odd decisions for Cool Cat were often quite difficult, since the suit wasn't easy for Jason to maneuver in. There were a lot of scenes that required him to run quickly downstairs, or do things that would cause issues. The Cool Cat tail even got stuck on a shrub in a scene that they left in the film, and a lot of the new footage made it especially clear how little grip Jason had with the gloves on. This is why Derek is constantly getting the door for him.
Here, I help you get in the car here.
Let's see more clips later, but just imagine, if you will, you live in this neighborhood and you look out this window and you see this.
Was it locked?
Yes, it was, Daddy Derek.
Well, that's for safety purposes.
And of course, the California heat made a lot of the outdoor segments difficult to bear in a giant cat costume. Because of Derek's limited budget, there was only one suit that had to be shared between Cool Cat and his mom, which led to editing issues when Derek had to show both of them on screen at once. Jason also later stated that there were points when the actress couldn't make it, and he himself would have to be in the costume cuddled up with Derek, specifically with a scene of them on the couch. This was also the film that gave Cool Cat's mom more screen time, and given the fact that she's a cat as well, it made a lot of her and Derek's interactions quite awkward.
Vivica said anytime is great for the kids, and I'll be ready in a couple minutes.
Hey, I bet you will, you fine-looking kitty cat, you.
The woman who voiced the Mama Cat character actually experienced a lot of issues with Derek, since he apparently had asked her out, with her having to repeatedly tell him no. She lived across the street from the house they were recording in, and on the very last day of filming the movie, she'd invited Jason over to let him shower after a hot day in the suit before heading home. Derek apparently stormed into the house and accused the two of having an affair, for lack of a better word. The issues just seemed to be piling up even towards the end of production. The house they used to film in didn't actually belong to Derek either. It was owned by his former agent, who he was renting a room from. Derek set about piecing the movie together himself, since by this time he decided he could fill that role single-handedly. The Emmy-nominated editor, Art Anthony, hadn't worked for Derek since the Cool Cat short. Throughout post-production, Derek apparently kept calling Jason back to record additional filler footage in order to reach the 75-minute goal. This consisted of music videos set up in front of a green screen, and one that Derek would write to give himself the opportunity to show off his valuable Van Halen signed guitar. Throughout the process stitching the film together, he would also make a variety of editing mistakes, including spelling errors, within very amateurish looking titles. As the months passed, the movie drew closer to completion. Derek juggled it with other Cool Cat related endeavors, and in November, he published yet another book called Cool Cat Loves Hollywood. It was clear Derek was investing himself fully into the franchise and had a lot of faith in it. With high hopes for the future following the release of his first feature-length film, it was clear that despite all of the glaring flaws, Derek was blind to how his work came off to others. Even with the input of others throughout production, he was still caught in a bubble. In reality, no one saw Cool Cat as highly as Derek himself did, even the others involved in his creation. The praise given to the Cool Cat character by celebrities that Derek quotes on his website has been stated as fake or made by his friends, such as Linda Hopkins, who had made the music for the original Cool Cat cartoon that Derek later repurposed for the film's credits. Even the quote on the movie's box art reading, "Cool Cat is cooler than Barney the dinosaur," was later revealed to have been a sentence uttered by Derek's former roommate. The Dove Award he showcased as well was actually not an accolade, but in fact a rating intended to show that the film was appropriate for kids rather than a measure of quality. However, the company itself lists one of the adult themes as bestiality, since Derek had chosen to portray himself married to an anthropomorphic cat. Even at this point in the film's development, Derek had yet to receive any outsider's opinion. So, in the end, if he truly got the attention he so desperately wanted, it could only
Can confirm, Cool Cat, not better than Barney. Barney looked at that kid and said, "What are those?" in regards to his shoes. Cool Cat has never brought us that humor.
lead to disappointment. On February 1st, 2015, Derek officially released Cool Cat Saves the Kids. Unsurprisingly, the movie's first few weeks of release didn't grab the audience Derek was hoping for, but thanks to the watchful eyes from the online world, it did, however, get the attention of one unexpected person, who would go on to bring Derek an equally unexpected audience.
It was last year that my good friends at Everything is Terrible shared a link to the film's trailer on their Facebook page, and as soon as I watched it, all I could think was, oh god, I have to see this movie. So I quickly bought the Cool Cat movie in book.
Well, you see, that's why Turkey Tom brought up the fact that it got a bestiality rating for, you know, Derek being married to the cat, because that's when YMS got fucking involved. He heard, what, zoophilia? I'm on it. Get out of the way, I hate everything. I gotta do this first.
Package, and I even bought a t-shirt.
And let me tell you, if you're looking to pick up girls, this shirt is quite the pussy magnet.
On February 28th, 2015, a popular film reviewer by the name of Adam posted part 1 of a review of Cool Cat Saves the Kids on YouTube. The video talks in depth about most every laughable trait of the Cool Cat movie, as well as Derek himself. It was highly critical, but lighthearted. He discussed poorly written lines, editing mistakes, creepy overtones, and the outlandishness of almost every decision made throughout the production, but did so subtly without direct insults.
I'll get it. Thanks. My hands are full.
No, they're not. Remember, kids, Cool Cat says it's okay to be a lying little shit. I guess whoever broke into the house was polite enough to close the door behind them.
Hi, Maria.
The video not only showcased the flaws of the production in a comedic way, it also pointed out how the movie managed to mess up the lessons it was trying to teach, or even taught the wrong lessons altogether.
Hey, Cool Cat, I just got a text, but I don't know who it is.
Well, there's only one way to find out. So, see what it says.
Are you sure?
Like, you know, it's very... I don't know why YMS needed told to go see this and why he didn't just see it hearing it from Derek Savage, him damn self. And here's my conspiracy. Because, as we all know, if you're aware of the lore, Adam is the only one who never gets copyright strict from, our boy here. No one... Like, he goes after everyone except YMS. And I could argue YMS already saw Cool Cat and already knew. Because YMS said everyone's media diet is garbage. There's no reason to complain about Disney or Marvel. You need to go to the Aspen Film Festival, you trash. They make movies with their iPhones there. God.
That encouraging kids to open unsolicited texts from strangers is the best idea. You know, some creep might have sent them something really inappropriate.
This video balanced the comedy and legitimate criticism quite well, and while onlookers were laughing at Derek, most of the remarks at his expense didn't come off too negatively. An example would be clips addressing the pedophilic overtones, which Adam did by editing Cool Cat into To Catch a Predator.
What kind of a guy has a screen name, Can I Rape You Anally?
Oh, no, you got it wrong. That's not the truth.
But remember, we have his chat log, where he writes to someone who says she's a 13-year-old female, I like rape.
Several of the segments within this review created highly recognizable in-jokes, such as Eric Estrada's "There He Is" line, and Derek's mispronunciation of certain words, which would go on to be referred to as savagisms.
And this is Cool Cat Stops Bullying. Cool Cat Loves Baseball. Here's another one, and this is Cool Cat Loves Wrestling. Hey, here's Cool Cat Loves Alternative Fuels, and this one right here is Cool Cat Loves the Soldiers.
Adam's review would funnel a lot of traction toward Derek and the Cool Cat franchise, which only increased after he put out a part 2 for the video on March 8th. Derek was quick to notice this huge uptick in his following, and a week later went to Twitter thanking Adam for the review. As time passed, the video grew ever more popular, with Derek's following growing right alongside it. He thanked Adam continuously, and the two struck up a cordial friendship at this time. Derek also acknowledged a lot of Adam's criticism as valid, and made changes in response, such as removing his appearance from Playgirl magazine from DerekSavage.com. Although these changes didn't end with the website, he also sought to remedy some of the flaws within his film regarding the lessons he improperly taught that could make the movie harmful to its intended child audience, and took many of Adam's words to heart. He decided to re-edit the movie and remove some of the issues, while keeping the original available on eBay for those wanting to watch the version from the review.
As some of you have noticed, the Cool Cat DVD that some of you have purchased off of Amazon isn't the exact same as what I reviewed. It turns out that Daddy Derek more or less George Lucas his Cool Cat movie.
This new version also unfortunately cut out several of the uniquely funny moments, like when a man walks out of his house, sees Cool Cat, and walks back inside, as well as one of the first shots where Derek's shadow is invisible while entering the doorway. Most every change was done in direct response.
You do the same too. I don't even know if DoorDash existed yet. Be like, just grab it and go.
To Adam's critiques. However, upon editing the film again, he made several new mistakes, such as changing the aspect ratio for a scene and cutting bits of audio off in some areas. Despite it not coming up in Adam's review, he also decided to censor Cool Cat's utterance of the cop's name in one scene, since Derek had used the actor's real name. With his connection to the porn industry, it may have not been the best choice to leave in a kid's film. These choices did detract a lot from the movie's enjoyability, and Derek didn't directly announce having done this. But since the original was still for sale on eBay, it seemed as though this didn't unfold into a controversy. Adam and his audience expressed annoyance for the lack of transparency, but didn't take issue with the tweaks. He and Derek would remain on good terms, so much so that upon considering conceiving the idea for his next feature film to be a gun safety movie called Gun Self-Defense for Women and Men Too, Derek actually offered Adam a small role in the project.
I would also like to add we have some very cool people involved with this project. From talk radio celebrities to movie reviewers. You know, that's Adam at YMS. His review really helped out my Cool Cat movie, so hey, I even gave him a cameo in this.
Upon watching this unfold, viewers had grown to respect Derek quite a lot. It came off as quite mature of him to be able to go with a joke.
Oh boy, they were tricked and swindled that audience. Sad to see it. Glad to watch it all from hindsight.
Even at his own expense, since ultimately it still helped his movie. Several more reviews came out around this time, including one by a man known as Josiah Clark, that Derek responded quite favorably to on Twitter upon seeing it. More would follow when in September, a YouTuber named Bob Shucks made his own video on the movie as well. With the newfound attention and respect from the wider community, Derek's Indiegogo project saw more traffic than it ever would have upon launch that November, with pledgers willing to support him in his future endeavors, especially with Adam's appearance and public support of the project. Exact metrics as to how much he earned in this time have unfortunately been lost. Meanwhile, another movie reviewer by the name of Alex of the channel I Hate Everything was kicking around ideas for the next entry in his Search for the Worst series, and tweeted out a poll asking what his next project should be. The options included several particularly infamous films, with Cool Cat Saves the Kids listed among them. Adam then retweeted the list, hoping for his followers to sway the poll and make Cool Cat the winner. This ended up working, and just a few days into November, Alex released his review.
Cool Cat Saves the Kids is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Notice how I called it a thing, though, instead of a movie, because I really don't know if this can be officially classed as one.
Upon release, the review did quite well. While admittedly being more negative than Adam, Alex ultimately loved the Cool Cat movie and strongly recommended it to his audience. Even more publicity for Derek. And just a few days later, he posted his initial reaction to the movie as a part of his Trying to Watch series. Alex was now the second large channel to bring attention to Derek, and right at the early stage of the Indiegogo project. To many, this looked like the beginning of a fruitful career, with Derek being able to produce movies and having an audience big enough to sustain his goals, finally bringing the viewership he'd wanted all along. It was then that things would take a truly drastic turn.
Oh, what's this? Cool! Copyright strike, not cool! Yeah. So, the video's down, everybody.
On November 9th, 2015, Derek filed a copyright strike against Alex on his Cool Cat Saves the Kids Search for the Worst episode, and on Josiah Clark and Bob Shucks' reviews as well. Something which was especially odd given how he'd seemed to be fine with these reviews for the past few months, and had even supported Josiah's, who actually reached out to Derek the day that the strike was filed, trying to figure out what was going on, only to be ignored. And at the same time, Adam's videos had been left unaffected. In response to the strike, Alex put up a video showcasing the details, revealing it was a manual takedown by Derek himself. Upon breaking the story, Alex's fans reached out to Derek on Twitter, attempting to discover what had prompted this sudden attack. Derek then became angry and started a flame war, lashing out at both Alex and his fans while trying to defend his actions.
It is look, I took some screenshots because he deleted them after I called him out on it because I made this picture. Because punks like that hurting the film, which I'm not, which hurts a part 2 film, and no, it's not for use. Don't let them lie to you. This is Cool Cat loves you, Cool Cat. If that troll punk ever does anything Cool Cat related again, then I can legally have his entire YouTube channel deleted.
This only further pointed out Derek's double standards and ignorance surrounding copyright law. If Derek genuinely believed Alex's review infringed on his intellectual property, by his own logic, Adam's would have too. But neither of them did. Copyrighted footage is allowed to be used in contexts where the work being produced serves a different purpose than the original, and with alterations substantial enough to create a change in meaning for the finished work, this principle is called fair use. Reviews are a textbook example of an instance where the use of other people's footage is legal, because delivering commentary on a movie has a completely different purpose to exist and in no way undermines the need to see the movie itself. The following day, Derek sent Alex a threatening email, saying he was going to have his channel deleted after believing that all the backlash he was getting for striking down the videos was a coordinated attack that Alex had personally incited.
I've been receiving a lot of extremely harassing emails and YouTube comments. Some have even been death threats, and several of them state that you sent them to harass me, which legally makes liable and a co-conspirator of the these illegal actions, and YouTube hates harassers. My attorneys told me to forward every harassing and offensive comment to YouTube, which I have been doing, so we can build the case to have you completely shut down. I also see that you have copyright infringed numerous other films, and I know a lot of producers in Hollywood, so I'll be sharing with them on how to file a copyright claim against you and your YouTube channel. I'm advising that you better delete anything and everything that
Thank God we don't have to live in these days anymore, thanks to the improved copyright claim system.
references me and or Cool Cat, and tell your hateful followers that they better never contact me again. By the way, these people were playing the same illegal games as you, and I filed against them, and their channel is now deleted. Your second and third strike is about to come on you real quickly. I'll also make sure that the fourth and fifth hit you too. Derek Savage.
Alex replied politely, apologizing for the actions of his fans and trying to rationally explain the situation. He stated that he never sent anyone to harass him and clarified the legality of his review series and cited other examples of individuals who produce similar content. He also pointed out that Adam falls under this umbrella as well and the double standard of his equally negative Cool Cat review staying online. Alex urged Derek to talk the matter over and stated he's willing to come to a compromise. Derek responded by calling him a liar and doubled down on his accusation that Alex had personally arranged for his fans to send death threats rather than believing people on the outside had naturally gotten upset by his own actions and acted on their own.
It's because you are continually instigating this hate, and several comments state that you have sent them to harass me, which legally makes you liable and the co-conspirator of these illegal actions, and I plan to file charges against you for this.
Derek made reference to two specific portions of Alex's previous update video as proof of him being the one in the wrong and escalating the situation, when in actuality the context of these clips paint Derek himself as the one in the wrong.
Your words have no meaning, and that's because you are a liar. You stated in your email that you didn't want it to escalate to this level, but yet in your recent YouTube video at the 4:45 mark, you stated that you're going to milk this for everything you can. Might as well milk this for all it is worth, because this is embarrassing, and it does nothing but highlight how hilariously broken the YouTube copyright system is. Then at 6:28 you stated that you're not going to shut up about it. If nothing else, this is just evidence of how ridiculous this whole situation is, how it's an abuse of the system, and how I'm not going to shut up about it. I'm really not, because this is insane. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a liar. The quotes from the videos just reinforce how ridiculous this entire scenario is. I'm not going to be quiet about the situation because it is bullying. You have still not told me why you filed the strike in the first place, so it is leading to everyone making assumptions about you. A lot of people are very upset about this. It's a misuse of power. I never sent anyone to attack you. I simply told them what was happening and they did as they pleased.
Derek then closed his email by threatening to reach out to other filmmakers Alex had reviewed the movies of in order to have more copyright strikes sent to him if he didn't delete every Cool Cat related video, apologize to him publicly, and beg his followers to never contact him again. Alex privated his Cool Cat videos in fear of more illegitimate strikes, and responded again rationally, restating that he wasn't behind the threats, and by simply discussing the matter, people had decided to do things on their own. Derek did not reply back, so Alex sent him another email trying to show him how his actions were making him look and attempting to come to an agreement to settle the situation. By this point, Derek had begun CCing the emails to Adam in an attempt at transparency, even going as far as to tell Alex he could go public with their email conversations, still believing he was in the full legal right and that his actions were fair. Adam then stepped in to mediate the situation. He sent several emails to Derek explaining both fair use law and the Streisand effect, pointing out that by trying to censor negative opinions of his work, he was only giving the public reasons to hate him. Despite Adam's best efforts, Derek refused to listen and continued his attack on Alex. As a result, Alex created a video called "With Apologies to Derek Savage," where he shed some light on the situation. Alex then displayed every email that had been exchanged with Derek up until that point, and ended the video simply by saying what he'd previously told Derek in his response email: "I never wanted this." Although the situation would unfortunately only get worse from here, as Derek decided to take actions that dug himself into an even deeper hole than he'd already been in. On the same day as Alex's video was released, an expected email was sent to him with very dark implications behind who wrote it.
Dear I Hear Everything, our law office represents Miss Anne-Marie Friggin, the producer of the Attack of the Jurassic Shark feature film. Mr. Derek Savage contacted us and brought to our attention your two videos.
This user is a snitch.
that uses our client's copyrighted material. I personally have viewed both videos, which links are provided below, and they are a violation of the US Copyright Code Title 17 USC, and you are infringing against my client's copyrighted intellectual property. We demand that you remove and delete both videos that contain Miss Friggins, whatever, copyrighted footage from the Attack of the Jurassic Shark feature film. If both videos are not removed within a 24-hour period from the timestamp of this email, we are filing copyright infringement charges against you and your channel with YouTube Incorporated, and we will take further actions against you in a court of law. This is your only notice. Sincerely, Joel Shapiro.
This email claims to be from a law firm representing a previous film that Alex had featured in his Search for the Worst series. Not only did it mention Derek by name, but Derek himself had already threatened to do just this in one of his earlier messages. Whether this was a real law firm, a joke by a troll who'd seen Alex's last update, or worse still, a ploy by Derek himself was uncertain. With Adam's help, Alex examined the email and came to some shocking conclusions.
But after showing it to Your Movie Sucks, who's been super amazingly helpful in this situation, by the way, he knows his law stuff. He highlighted a couple of very obvious things that point to this being blatantly fake. 1. There is absolutely nothing legal about this at all. It was sent from a Yahoo email address, for God's sake. I wonder who else is infamous for using Yahoo Mail. I wonder. And why is there no phone number or address anywhere?
Upon responding to the email, very little else was revealed. So instead, Alex and Adam decided to directly approach the filmmakers the email was claiming to represent.
Your Movie Sucks decided to go digging and actually got in contact with the director of Jurassic Shark, Brett Kelly, and asked about the legitimacy of the law firm claiming to represent the film's producer. Kelly's response was, "We don't know any Shapiro law firm and no one is acting on our behalf." And on Facebook even responded to Adam with, "P.S. No idea who Derek Savage is."
Having called Derek's bluff, but still without recourse, Alex went quiet for a while. It was during this time that Derek either realized Alex was not going to concede and accept all of his requests, or had seen through the ruse surrounding the law firm. So Derek attempted to cut his losses.
"Alex, this is what I'll do for you. First of all, I don't want to shut you down. All I want is a simple apology. And the last thing I am in the world is a bully. I'm a businessman who only wants to protect my brand. I'm going to retract the charge filed this morning, as I don't want you to have 2 strikes. The first one stands, as I have to protect Cool Cat, but I don't want anything additional to hit you. And I'll even contact the producers who I spoke with and really try to smooth things out there. I'm very good at that, so I'm confident that I can make it where you'll have no problems on that front." Wink, wink. Just make a little 15-second video where you apologize and say that we worked it out and that I'm a cool dude. And then say that Cool Cat loves you. And of course, delete those 3 videos. Do this simple thing and you'll have no more problems from me, and this whole thing can go bye-bye. And this is as nice as anyone can get. And you can email me in the future. I'm not an asshole to any degree. I just fight back when I'm being attacked. I'm CCing Adam at Your Movie Sucks this email so everyone knows I'm reaching out to a peaceful and quick resolution to this. Best, Derek Savage.
It's unclear whether or not Alex directly responded to this particular email or not, but it seemed that this was the end of communication between them, since after 3 days, and with Alex having released the previous emails, Derek decided to go public as well, and clarify what he believed to be the truth of the situation. On November 16th, 2015, Derek posted a video to the Cool Cat Funhouse channel called Cool Cat Copyright Infringement vs. Fair Use, where he tries to argue his case for taking down the recent reviews.
Now, there is so many lies and just misinformation on the internet about copyright infringement and fair use. So I want to make this video to show you the difference between the two right there.
The video will become infamous, especially for Derek's narcissism and quotable potshots at Alex that would be in-jokes for years to come.
You got pumped up, you got deceived, and you got slapped, and really, you got treated like a little punk bitch.
On top of it all, it was littered with inaccuracies regarding copyright law. By Derek's logic, using footage or material of anyone else's in your own work is illegal if you're monetizing it in any way, and that the only way to do so legally is to get permission ahead of time. He showed a lot of examples of copyright infringement cases to prove his point, but seemingly ignored the context of each and simply tried to say that they were in the wrong because they used some amount of another person's work, didn't get permission ahead of time, and tried to claim fair use. At no point does Derek clarify what the people could have done in order to make their work fall under fair use, nor does he explain how those other situations relate to the current matter. Derek most likely thought that these details were irrelevant, and that copyright infringement is as simple as using some amount of others' work in any way. A statement which in and of itself is ironic, since it was later discovered that the name Cool Cat was shared with a lesser-known Looney Tunes tiger character that Derek owned a coffee mug of. Some claimed he had intentionally lifted the name, but it's unclear if this was actually true. When speaking about fair use law, Derek seemed to regard it strictly as a poor excuse people give to get them out of trouble when they infringe on someone else's copyright, and refrains from describing how it was used legitimately in practice. He had plans to release a part 2 to this video, which could have been him going over the cases where fair use is actually warranted by his own definition, but it's impossible to say since this sequel never came to be. He also addressed Alex without naming him directly, and stated that the reason he made the video was because Alex hadn't responded to accept his earlier demands.
I sent an email, a nice email, just about three or 4 days ago, saying, you know, this end.
Can we take note of, like, oh my god, actually, Eric Savage's grind is way better than Mama Max, because Mama Max only got a scam going for a few years, and then fucking crash and burned. Derek does fake it until he makes it. Max folds immediately. Oh, my lawyer, ChatGPT. ChatGPT really does know the law, don't you know? That at least Derek knows what's acceptable.
This crap, you know, just give me a little apology, take down those videos. I'm a happy camper. I would not do any further legal actions against you, plain and simple. And I have proof that I did that because I CC'd Adam at YMS on this. I hate to bring Adam into this, but he is my proof that I tried to end this many days ago.
Derek cited Adam directly, and in doing so, publicly claimed that he'd back him up on the situation. Up until that point, Adam had remained publicly silent on the matter, but once Derek dropped his name, he decided to set the record straight so no one would get the impression he supported Derek's arguments. As a result, Adam released a video 3 days later where he carefully deconstructed Derek's arguments within his copyright infringement video, and spelled out the true nature of fair use law, both as a means of publicly renouncing Derek's actions and as one final attempt at convincing him to back down. He went over specific points Derek makes and highlights how if fair use did work the way Derek claimed, he himself would be violating it in that same video. 2 days following this video's release, Adam hadn't heard back from Derek and messaged him the link on Twitter, urging him to watch it and consider what was said.
Hey, I think you're a great guy, and I hope this is me, and I hope you're doing okay, but I need some sort of confirmation that you've watched this video all the way through. Do you have any kind of response to this? Thanks. And then later, 3 days later after no response, it's obvious that you don't approve of the video I posted, but could you please try to explain what I did wrong? You were literally spreading misinformation about the law in ways that would negatively impact my business, so I was forced to make a public video in order to correct any misinformation that would have spread from yours. And that was when he blocked me.
But Derek didn't stop at simply blocking Adam on Twitter. He also took down his Gun Self-Defense for Women Indiegogo pitch video and re-uploaded it, with the only tweak being that he removed any mention of Adam's cameo appearance. What made this decision especially egregious was that Derek didn't publicly acknowledge the change, and many of Adam's fans who had backed the project simply for his appearance would now be spending that money on false pretenses. Despite Derek continuously taking actions that made the situation worse, it seemed that by that point, everyone involved was sick of the ordeal. In the next few days, the strike expired naturally, and the video went back up. Derek seems to not want to bother fighting it any longer. The drama ultimately came to a close when on the 28th, Alex made his last video on the matter, showcasing the emails Derek had sent while masquerading as a law firm, and summing up the entirety of what had gone on since the previous update. Towards the end, he responded directly to the points Derek made against him in his fair use video. It was then that the situation finally died down.
I got several mothers email me say about this boy's crap, and says, Derek, you got to address this.
What? Mothers told you? Are you really going with a please think of the children argument with this?
I'm always working trying to produce new content to entertain you.
What, you mean the exact same thing I'm trying to do?
Good will always whoop lies and evil.
Look, I don't really want to rub this in, but look back at what you've done to me, and then decide which side of that statement you fall under.
Derek backed off from sending any more emails or attempting to censor Backlash, and everyone went back to their old routines. Although 5 days later, the creator of the Cool Cat Twitter parody Alex had made reference to in his video came forward with his own story regarding Derek that had been unfolding at this same exact time.
So for a while I had like a parody Cool Cat Facebook page. And it went on for like, I don't know, March, April, May, June, July, like 4 months. And like eventually I decided, you know what, Derek Savage is cool about this. I'm gonna send him the link to the page. I checked the next day and it was gone. And I try messaging him on Facebook. And I'm like, please give me my page back, Derek Savage. And he didn't respond. He just blocked me. So after that, I decided to make one on Twitter instead.
But does honestly, with people like you and your opinion bashing and your bullying of his law firm, like, with fucking fake ass friends like you YouTubers, he don't need you all. This is why, like, honestly, Derek Savage is doing better than Hassan Piker as far as self-esteem goes, because he wouldn't have fake ass friends like these.
And it happens all over again. Then Derek Savage looks at it and he's like, no parody accounts, it's illegal. That's what he said. And I respond calmly. I was very calm through all this, non-bias, like you can check. I said, no, parody accounts are perfectly legal, and I link him like the whole Twitter policy and everything. And in response, he blocked me.
This video received only minor attention from the public, but was just one more nail in the coffin for Derek at that point in time. However, with the situation over, the direct backlash he was getting faded away. But this event had a ripple effect. Derek's reputation as a mature filmmaker willing to accept criticism was gone. Not only was it clear he would stoop to illegal tactics simply to lash out at those who didn't like his movie, but he lost the love the community had for him. Whether Derek could admit it or not, people watched Cool Cat ironically. The film was bad, but he'd happened to find an audience that enjoyed his work and was willing to support him to get more out of it. This incident took that away. People still liked Derek's movies, but his immoral actions pushed a large amount of the audience away from wanting to help fund them in the future. Filmmakers who create bad movies, such as Neil Breen and Tommy Wiseau, have both come to recognize that any publicity is good publicity and remain on good terms with their audiences. By taking down Alex's negative review to protect his image, Derek ironically destroyed it himself. As a result of the change in circumstances with audiences turning on him, Derek would become increasingly hostile during his public interactions, especially on his Twitter account, which was ironically intended to be portrayed in character as Cool Cat. Some of his most infamous interactions going forward were when he lashed out at a person who had edited Cool Cat into Islamic propaganda and threatened to send the personal information of that person to ISIS. And another instance when he got into a flame war with a Huffington Post writer who'd said, "Fuck you, Cool Cat," in a quote retweet.
I'll debate you and your ignorant police at any time. Just set it up on a legit TV show. Now get busy.
Derek later played this off by saying he had used the Cool Cat's account himself in that instance, attempting to keep up the facade that Cool Cat was a real person who actually ran the account. Here, he would also proceed to slowly block Adam's alternate Twitters over the next several years, despite the two never having interacted on them. He also refused to sell him any additional Cool Cat merchandise, refunding his purchases upon seeing the mailing address. Due to this, he would have all future products from Derek delivered to a friend's house. As a result of cutting ties with Adam, he would also cease all sales of the original version of the Cool Cat DVD that had been posted for his fans to purchase. It seemed that his Indiegogo project was yet another casualty of this split, since it only managed to reach a fraction of its end goal, with Derek's high funding amount and support for him having faded.
And he asked for some stupid amount that people weren't even gonna donate. I don't remember. It was like, he basically...
Cool Cat VTuber, win, you're fucking right. Dude, he would kill it. Someone would have to make him the model, though, but they can make him like a 2D one. He still has books to sell, after all.
Got like 10% of the donations that he would have needed. And then after he realized that the campaign wasn't going anywhere, he canceled it, started the campaign again, lowered the amount to the amount that he had already been donated to but never went through because it was canceled and because it was fixed funding. So he lowered the amount to that amount, and then he didn't even make that much on the second time. And he just like canceled the whole campaign. God. Because it's like, you have to have a set plan before You set all this shit up.
Regardless of these events, Derek put up a tweet shortly afterwards claiming a producer had funded the entire venture, thanks to the attention it was receiving from recent events, and that it was now underway. As the months passed and production of Gun Self-Defense for Women began, Derek moved to Las Vegas for its filming. He would later state that this was because Nevada's laws made it easier to receive a concealed carry weapons license, or CCW. After moving to Las Vegas with the aid of Jason Johnson, Derek settled in and began developing the film further. On February 2nd, 2016, Derek released the trailer for Gun Self-Defense for Women, and once viewers got a glimpse into what Derek had in store, many were once again hooked.
Hey, what? Why?
Oh my god! No! Back off or I'll shoot!
Oh!
It seems like this was yet another cult movie in the making, and the trailer alone began to be widely discussed amongst the community, especially since Adam's involvement prior to the controversy had already gotten people acquainted with the film. Even those who had no knowledge of Derek's past work would go on to discover the trailer and talk about it, including Leafy, who made his own video about the movie.
Hey, bitch, you about to be Hey, bitch, you about to be
Hey, bitch, you're about to get raped. Okay, I get it that this is just a YouTube video, but who in the actual fuck would say that? That's like going up to someone and being like, hey, yo, you, hi, you, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Is this the high tier commentary from back in the day? This it, huh? Whoa.
Do it right now. I'm getting in my car and I'm gonna run you over right now.
Strangely enough, Derek took notice of this. Much later on in 2020, when Leafy returned to YouTube, Derek tweeted about it, still under the impression he had genuinely liked the film. It may have been for this reason that Derek also took down the trailer and re-uploaded it with the word bitch censored in the opening dialogue. However, it's possible that he eventually realized otherwise. Meanwhile, another YouTuber had taken interest in Derek, and this would soon culminate in yet another of Derek's antics.
Do you guys remember the cinematic masterpiece Cool Cat Saves the Kids?
3, 4, that feels great!
Remember who created that? Derek Savage?
James, otherwise known as The Odd Ones Out, was a small YouTuber at this point in time with under 100,000 subscribers, who had been an avid viewer of Alex when the Cool Cat search for the worst episode had been posted. Because of this, he'd made his own video on the situation that came out even before Alex's final update. The video went over a lot of points the community was making at the time about how Derek had lost his good standing with audiences and could have easily continued to fund his movies if he hadn't ruined his chance to get their support. Since then, James had seen the trailer for Gun Self-Defense for Women, which would lead him to Derek's website where he discovered his written work. He discussed Derek yet again when he reviewed the free chapter of his book, Bad Boy the Dancer, which at the time was called Midnight Stripper, a Male Dancer Story.
I'm going to be reviewing the first chapter of Midnight Stripper, a Male Dancer Story. And I don't think the whole book is out yet either. It might be, but I couldn't find any information on it on the website. But Daddy Derek has posted the first chapter of the book, so we're only going to be reading that.
Do that, Dan. Do that. Let's see how many friends you have at the end of the week.
Unfortunately.
James then created his own interpretation of the book's first chapter by summarizing the lines, drawing visuals to go along with them. Although, having now been exposed to Derek's books, he decided to make Derek an offer.
Oh my gosh. Derek Savage, if you're watching this, I doubt it, but if you are, let's make a deal. If you let me talk about one of your books and even read passages from it without shutting me down, which I'm totally legally able to do, I will make you a new cover for Bible Birdie.
Upon releasing this video, James decided to design the cover without asking Derek ahead of time and tweeted it to him that night. Derek responded quite favorably and asked him for a few tweaks, which James gladly did. He sent a preview sketch and Derek offered him full credit for the art. Upon seeing the finished sketch, Derek asked him to email him and the conversation continued on privately. James shed some light into this when he posted an update video the next day called Update, Daddy Derek uses my Bible Birdie cover.
I email him, hi Derek, do you really like my cover? Are you actually going to use it? Is there anything you would like to change? And he takes a little while to respond, and I thought, oh geez, he's seen the video, he's watched it, deal's over. But then, surprise, surprise, he emails me. Hi James, good job man. I've worked with a lot of illustrators, and I'm surprised how quickly you drew that and how nice it turned out.
James then gave his personal details and offered to narrate a portion of the audiobook. He linked his Tapastic page to showcase his online presence without directly exposing Derek to his YouTube channel, where he would encounter James's 2 previous videos about him. Derek then replies and mentions being surprised to learn how many college-aged people, like James, know about Cool Cat, making it obvious that he still had very little understanding of why his movie had grown a following. James responded honestly, saying he learned about Cool Cat from the internet and expressed to Derek how lucky he is for getting attention
Not a fucking single child has ever watched Cool Cat unless their fucking stoner brother showed it to him.
He has from adults that like the quirky humor. Although, sometime after this, Derek apparently discovered the Midnight Stripper video. James mentioned this, but refrained from showing the email itself.
So then he sends me an email the next day, and I think he wants me to change the old Midnight Stripper video, which, I'm sorry, Derek, I'm not going to do that.
Despite this, Derek used the cover even before James could post his own update video. Things were actually looking up, until a little over a week later, when James posted a spur-of-the-moment update revealing a new development with Derek.
Here is the logo that I made him, as well as like a bird flying for the inside of the cover. And he just sent an email today, and ooh, okay. I just finished the DVD for my new film, so now I have a second to focus on you in the cover, and I see you haven't taken down that video. I'm going to be very blunt with you. I can get 1,001 people to draw me my cover any second of any day, and that's because it will their careers.
Yeah, here was the one of the 1001. When you treat them this way, though, they're gonna take their permission back, Derek.
It will be their careers. You're right, Derek. You can pay people more than $10 to get a logo. But what I need are people I can trust. And if I can't trust you, then you are worthless to me.
Once again, it seemed as though Derek ruined a potential connection through his inability to take criticism. What happened beyond this point is unclear, but on the same day, James put up a now lost video called What Am I Doing? With Derek in the thumbnail. It's only 10 seconds long and appeared to be a Star Wars prequel meme, but the surrounding context isn't clear. In the months following the update, James's Midnight Stripper video was deleted for unknown reasons, which viewers reached out to him about but got no answer, and Derek reverted back to the older cover design. However, to the surprise of everyone, 2.5 years later, on July 1st, 2018, Derek posted a tweet revealing he was finally publishing Bible Birdie and using James's bird design for the cover, although he chose to keep the image of Jesus taken from the Mormon painting. Derek credited James and thanked him for the help, and James thanked him back, but clarified he didn't draw the full cover Derek was using. When a fan reached out saying they'd thought James's cover design was rejected, Derek simply responded by saying, "God works in mysterious ways." Most likely this had to do with the fact that all of James's videos centered on Derek, along with a large chunk of his older video backlog, had been deleted by this time. Even after all the ups and downs, it remains one of Derek's few interactions with an online figure that had a generally positive outcome. Even still, the book would yet to be released physically, and remains only available digitally on Amazon, along with an audiobook narrated by Derek himself. Alongside this, though, he continued work on his movie. Amidst this progress, he and a woman who was creating captions for the film were nearly robbed at a bank.
And I saw this big boy coming right toward me. I mean, I just sensed, and I said, oh, we got trouble coming. And by the time I said that, the boy, boom, right at the ATM right there. I just pulled my gun, boom, and I had it under the door ledge, not pointing at his face or nothing like that. And I said, we don't want nothing.
Derek interpreted this as a reason for why his gun self-defense for women film was necessary to exist, and made his video.
Oh, now I understand, Tonto, why you could do all that protest stuff. And like you probably helped keep people safe, right? Because I see in the Discord, you're making sure to file things with the official record that can be looked up easily. What a good dude you are. Not like one of those faker nice guys.
Describing the incident an hour later. A couple months later, he was featured in a radio interview by Heidi Harris, who had appeared in the project herself.
All right, well, the video came out great. When I first met you, I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this, and then you were really sweet about it, and we had a great interview, and as you mentioned, some of it's in the video, and I was honored to be asked. I really was. It was a lot of fun.
As time passed, Derek soon completed the film. Several months after he'd put up the trailer for Gun Self-Defense for Women, the full movie was released to Derek's site on DVD. Upon seeing it, many were left with mixed feelings. The film was as shoddy as expected, which came off as humorous, but it also ironically contained a lot of dangerous scenes that made many refrain from giving it support. Despite its intention to talk about safe gun handling practices, most safety measures are tossed aside during later scenes. For instance, when one of the women is shooting a gun for the first time, she has a hot shell casing land in her cleavage, causing her to recoil with her finger still on the trigger and inadvertently points towards the cameraman, who panics, knowing full well he could be killed, all after Derek had emphasized the importance of of keeping your finger off the trigger while not firing. This only added to what would have otherwise been a dangerous situation, since no one was wearing safety goggles or any form of protection, and some of the details Derek gave were incorrect, such as implying mace and pepper spray were the same thing. As a result, figures like Adam would never review it, but he did tease it one day, at least showing his cameo footage that was originally included to be in the film.
That's the thing.
You know,
it's too alluring for you.
I had every intention of covering his gun self-defense for women video. I, bought it. I did a recording, expecting to get some good reactions out of me and my friends as we were watching it. And I wound up abandoning that because it was more sad than funny.
Really?
It was it was like kind of concerning in ways.
There were tons of other off-putting elements throughout the film, such as Derek often being touchy with a lot of the women on screen, along with the fact that it was all very heavily politically biased, since Derek only chose to interview like-minded individuals. Strangely enough, he plugged Cool Cat by referencing the Cool Cat
I can't wait to get to the 420 awards. I want to see if there's I think there might be some 420 awards for this year. I can watch those, or I don't know, it might be a scary thing to do. Derek Savage doesn't like sharing fun.
finds a gun short both in the trailer and the film itself. Much like Cool Cat, the film was largely viewed as Derek trying to teach a good message and failing, attempting to make himself look impressive and showing off things he likes. Interestingly enough, Jason Johnson himself shares the same sentiment.
I know that he was trying to do something good. I do know that. But it just... it just...
You think our story has a long way to go, Tonto?
Came off comical, and it's just funny to watch.
It's unclear exactly how the film performed since it was his first movie to be put out after having acquired a following, but Derek has re-released it several times, most likely as a response to accusations of sexism for the title. In early 2018, the title was changed to Gun Self-Defense for Ladies. Then in 2022, it was amended yet again to Guns, Knives, and Mace, Gun Self-Defense for All. Each release made minor tweaks to the film in response to both critiques of his film work and backlash from certain scenes. One of these segments that was later removed involved Derek using a picture of spree killer Dylan Roof as a target while teaching first-time gun owners. Other targets included Osama bin Laden and Justin Bieber. Just after the movie's first release in mid-2016, Derek put up a video on the Cool Cat Funhouse channel that acted as promotion for it, called The Savage Crime Show, hosted by Derek Savage.
Now, one difference between our show here, The Savage Crime Show, compared to all those news shows out there, you know, they just like to sit there and complain about everything, the bad that's happening, all that. But over here, we want to give you solutions to help keep you and your family safe.
Derek referred to this video as episode 1. However, he wouldn't continue the series any further. 5 days later, he would put up a Twitter poll teasing 2 potential Cool Cat sequels and letting viewers pick which one will be made next. The first was called Cool Cat Loves You and focused on autism and Down syndrome, while the other was Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, described as a scary movie. This had been the same film Derek wanted to shoot footage for back in 2012 by sneaking someone in a witch costume into the audience of the Hollywood Christmas Parade. Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch was the winner by less than 1%. Derek revealed very little about it as time passed, except that it was planned to contain zombies as well as a cooking scene, and that he was nearing completion of the script late that year. For unknown reasons, Derek silently shifted his focus over to the other project, Cool Cat Loves You, claiming he was working on both. He was still writing the script as of March of 2017, but little else was heard about it from then on. And later that same month, he began a Kickstarter campaign for Cool Cat Loves You with a $10,000 total funding goal, although this would only be online for about a week before Derek took it down to reformat it. This was most likely to lower the funding goal to a more reasonable amount. The project went back up a day later, this time only asking for $2,700, but viewers were shocked to discover what the actual project was. It was described as an anti-bullying and kids gun safety film, featuring Vivica Fox and Eric Estrada. In reality, the film was nothing more than a modified re-release of the original Cool Cat Saves the Kids movie, with the fundraiser paying for the changes. The film was planned to cast 3 additional celebrities, as well as 7.
I feel like his first Cool Cat movie actually does have more remakes than in the Star Wars universe.
New scenes. Derek clarified the decision in his pitch video for the project. Derek hoped that releasing the movie yet again would be his best chance of both marketing it to streaming services and getting the attention of investors to fund future projects. This would be the 4th time Derek would edit the original Cool Cat footage with this goal in mind, since by this point it had already been used for the 3 original shorts, the first version of Cool Cat Saves the Kids, and the cut of the film made in direct response to Adam's review criticisms. Each was made with the intention of somehow getting the franchise more attention to draw in funding for later films. Derek's limited budget seemed to be the main reason why he'd switched from creating a wholly original film to Cool Cat Loves You, especially because Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch is directly mentioned in the Kickstarter project as now being the next film in the Cool Cat franchise, and that the success of Cool Cat Loves You could aid its funding.
Hi, Xander. I'm glad you've been drawn.
He also revealed that the appearance of the autistic and Down syndrome children were moved into this new project instead, despite it having been his main selling point behind the Cool Cat Loves You film. Derek stated that he had already completed the screenplay and cast Vivica Fox to have a role. Many found this project to be an egregious business tactic, since Derek not only went against the fans' wishes by shelving the project they'd voted for, but he was yet again taking shortcuts to attempt to garner publicity. Even still, people were still willing to indulge him. Along the way, Derek released several promotional videos to advertise the endeavor, such as one with Cool Cat in front of a limousine, as well as another video going in depth about the rewards offered in the donation tiers. Sometime into production, Derek decided to change his name to Cool Cat Kids Superhero, after reading an article that said the only successful films in today's world were superhero movies. The amount of celebrities promised also lowered from 3 to 2 on the Kickstarter page. Derek later went into depth about the changes made to Cool Cat Saves the
You know how it was Elsagate? Because it was Elsa / Spider-Man, because those were like, Elsa's the most popular toy for girls, Spider-Man's the most popular toy for boys. So put them together, you cheat the algorithm. Eric Savage really on the simple version of that. Avengers? Superman shirt at my local Walmart. Cool Cat's gonna be a superhero, I tell you what.
Kids in developing it into Kids Superhero, and what he intended to happen upon release.
Cool Cat Saves the Kids really just started getting the brand going. You know, it helped launch the t-shirts and everything. But once again, there were a few mistakes in here which were very widely publicized on the internet. And you know, but hey, I learned a lot from it. But to get the project out there with those few mistakes, that the cartoonish opening and everything, I just could not take the film to the next level where I wanted to take it. And so that's when I came up with BAM.
In May, the Kickstarter reached the $2,700 goal, and Derek had begun filming the additional scenes with Jason. These consisted of a new opening that featured Cool Cat painting a picture, which led into a song number, and a scene where Cool Cat tells Derek to recycle. There is also a segment where Cool Cat eats a lollipop, and another where he and Derek ride a motorcycle, which seemed to be yet another one of Derek's attempts to look cool. Evidently, Derek cut the promised celebrity appearances down from 2 to 1, and cast Cynthia Rothrock, an actress most well known for her roles in martial arts related films, who he'd claimed to have met during an earlier Cool Cat project, quite possibly during promotion for Cool Cat Loves Karate. However, her involvement in Cool Cat Kids Superhero was voicing over April Ann Reese's lines, replacing her as the voice of Mama Cat after she had been fired by Derek for the incident with Jason on the final day of shooting Cool Cat Saves the Kids. Evidently, during the filming of this project, Derek also didn't pay Jason adequately while continuing to bring him back for reshoots. Upon completion, the film's success didn't live up to Derek's expectations. He did manage to get it hosted on Prime Video, but this
Jason stayed around for quite the while. Like, this is actually, like, okay, if we're gonna keep up with the fucking Breaking Bad universe, you could say Derek Savage is Walter and fucking Cool Cat over here was just Jesse. We gotta keep pushing him out. One day, the YMS, don't you see it going? First it starts as a joke, whatever, they'll laugh at us. But then we'll have an empire. Then we'll have PBS.
had already been achieved with several of his other prior films, and wasn't the coveted streaming deal he'd really been hoping for. It didn't bring recognition or attract investor backing for future projects, but did receive some acclaim in the form of a Young Entertainer Award nomination for Connor Dean's portrayal of Butch the Bully in the category of Best Supporting Actor, Independent or Film Festival Feature Film. With the project complete and his goals for it unattained, Derek began setting his sights on a true sequel. It was originally intended to be Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, but on February 14th of 2018, after news of the Parkland shooting had come out, Derek had a new idea. He decided to make his next film about teaching kids what to do during such an event. 2 days later, Derek posted a poll asking what an appropriate title for this film would be. Either Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, Cool Cat, a School Shooting Safety, or School Shooting, a Cool Cat Safety Film. The first of the three titles was the winner.
Oh, I found the three titles.
Yeah.
So the poll says the three titles. It's Cool Cat Stops a School S.
The Gus in this analogy is Gavin Newsom, actually. He's getting rich off this whole thing somehow.
Cool Cat, a school shoot, and then school shooting, a cool.
You know what it says on the Indiegogo campaign?
On the,
description. The description says, "These school shootings are making me mad." And all I keep hearing is, what can we do? Well, I have a solution that can help with this tragic problem.
You know, though, how many of these politicians, every time there is a mass shooting, I'm like, it's hard to feel like it's a tragedy because everyone goes in their political talking points every single time right away. That if they could, oh no, what would prevent this? What could we do better? How can we help as a community? And then we got Cool Cat out here. I'm getting real sick and tired of these school shootings. And it's like, man, someone just saying what we feel. I support.
And it's Cool Cat.
Upon being ridiculed by those calling this insensitive since the shooting had only been 2 days prior, Derek rebutted by saying that the amount of shootings happening recently only made the film more necessary. Little was known regarding the process of Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, despite Derek's intention of having it serve as the next film in the series. At the time, he claimed it would still come out, but when asked about it by a fan much later on, Derek confirmed that the project had been scrapped, and his script was repurposed for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. On March 1st, 2018, Derek dove headfirst into developing the project and posted a video on the Cool Cat Funhouse channel called Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, a School Safety Film, Indiegogo video.
And so what I want to do is with this, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, a school safety film, we're going to make this film where some active shooters rush a school, and Cool Cat is going to show the kids in it safety tips and different techniques on how to keep themselves safe.
In this video, he stated that he's going to make a Kickstarter project for the film, and if it's successful, he intends for it to be made free for all schools to show to their students. The actual Kickstarter project itself was not available to pledge to at the time of its announcement. Unlike Gun Self-Defense for Women, the project was intended to have no political leaning on the subject of gun control, and was simply to give gun safety tips. But what made this video exceptionally strange is that upon introducing Cool Cat to the audience, he's actually green screened into the shot, and is being played by someone who is notably shorter and heavier than Jason, while reused lines play over top.
Cool Cat!
Hi, kids. My name is Cool Cat. Yay!
All right, buddy. And Cool Cat, who do you love?
And I love you!
You already know it. Cool Cat loves you. But guys, how can you help?
It was very clear that Jason himself was not present. Someone else was in the suit. Derek was forced to wear the Cool Cat suit because by that point in time, his relationship with Jason was unsteady due to the numerous disagreements the two had after Derek refrained from.
Jason moved on. Got a real job. I'm gonna figure out that he also met Anissa after Creator Clash 2, and then things got worse for him.
Barely compensating Jason for his time, and by this point, he had a full-time videography job and couldn't make the trek out to film with Derek as often. Although, it seems Derek had not made the decision to officially recast him, so he decided to repurpose old footage rather than wait until Jason would be able to show up personally to film the pitch video. But despite what Derek implied by using Jason's voice, Jason himself had no intention of doing a Cool Cat project centered on the topic of school shootings.
And I mean, I feel, very strongly about the narrative of school shootings, and I would not do a movie like that. I mean, to me, school shootings are an extremely heartbreaking reality.
Jason's wife was also friends with one of the Columbine shooting survivors who'd been paralyzed during the attack, so Jason was particularly sympathetic to this topic and wanted nothing to do with Derek's movie, especially given that he saw its timing as simply a means of Derek trying to capitalize on relevant topics like he had done with bullying, which was receiving a lot of attention from the media during the time Derek created the first Cool Cat short. Even though Derek continued to assert that his motive behind Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was to promote safety tips for kids, Jason knew that even if Derek had the best intentions, his shoddy filmmaking would lead the movie to be seen as a mockery of the issue. Despite losing his lead actor, Derek would encounter another individual who enthusiastically wished to be involved. Upon posting the announcement, Derek revealed there would be a reward tier for a minor speaking role in the movie, and this caught the attention of a YouTuber by the name of Monkey Jones, who left a comment simply saying, "I am going to be in this film." This
Alternate world where it could have happened.
comment would go on to receive nearly 2,000 likes.
And then Cool Cat makes an announcement that blows my mind. On Twitter, he says, yeah, we're going to crowdfund this one on Indiegogo. And one of the reward tiers, folks, is that if you donate a certain amount of money, you can be in the film. You can fly yourself out to Las Vegas and you can have a speaking role in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. And when I hear this, I know it's meant to be. I know that my destiny, everything about my life has been leading up to this converging single moment.
Monkey Jones was a creator who, at the time, was very well known for his content surrounding the infamous incel mass murderer Elliot Rodger, and his inherent association with the topic of shootings made him want to take part in the project. He would then go on to talk with Derek about the details on Twitter, trying to form some kind of estimate as to how much money he'd need to raise in order to take part, since the cost for this tier hadn't been revealed, and the travel expenses were most likely going to be separate. Several days later, Derek would unveil the Kickstarter project, and it was discovered that the movie would have a much higher goal than many had expected. Viewers were shocked to discover that Derek had his eyes set on a whopping $25,000 to fund the movie, which was accentuated by the fact that few people had enough faith in the film to back the project at all, let alone to the tune of $25,000. Though the Indiegogo page has since been taken down, it fortunately has been archived. And we can see that at this point in time, it had a mere $856 pledged by 32 backers. The reward tiers didn't make a lot of sense. For $5, you'd receive the title of Cool Cat Crusader and literally nothing else. For $10, you'd get a Cool Cat poster, but not a physical poster, just a PDF, which you would have to go and print out yourself. Not that you would, considering it looks like this. For $20, you'd get an MP3 file of the song Cool Cat Is Cool, which I don't even know if this song exists in any capacity, but I doubt it's worth $20 considering actual physical album CDs seldom cost more than $17. It's only at $35 that your name shows up in the credits. And at $50, you get a DVD of the movie, when it's finalized, of course. A DVD in 2018. Notwithstanding, you get a shirt for a measly sum of $125. Look out, Kanye West, you have competition, and his name is Cool Cat. Worse still, the cost for a short speaking role in the movie was $2,500, which killed Monkey's ambition of taking part, especially because, even if he had chosen to pledge the full amount, Derek was most likely not going to reach the funding goal to be able to make the film anyway. So, as a result, Monkey released a video on April 7th called An Open Letter to Cool Cat, making Derek a counteroffer that could benefit the both of them.
Cool Cat, Derek Savage, I think we can strike up a deal here that will be mutually beneficial. Currently...
Whoa, I forgot what he looked like without the monkey mask. You know what? Kinda looks the same. Is that mean to say? The Simeon Jones, Monkey Jones.
I have about 190,000 YouTube subscribers, and I have a feeling the vast majority of them would love to see Monkey Jones appear in a movie called Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
The video resulted in a flood of messages towards Derek asking him to accept the offer, and the very next day, Derek stated that if Monkey's fanbase did, in fact, fund the film, he'd give him a much larger role than the original $2,500 tier had offered. Despite the full funding goal being significantly higher than what it would have been if he'd instead tried to simply raise $2,500 for the speaking part plus travel costs, he hoped that the promise of a main character role would be much more encouragement for his subscribers to take part. Before extending his full endorsement in return, Monkey asked Derek on Twitter what would happen to the film if the Indiegogo project didn't meet its funding goal, and whether or not his fans would be able to get a refund. Derek responded favorably, saying that the movie will get made as long as he can get relatively close to the $25,000 amount, and that, if not, viewers will be able to get a full refund. With Mumkey's concerns at ease, he created a video that next day called Cool Cat Said Yes, directly encouraging his fan base to pledge in order to help fund the project.
Now it's up to you to make it happen. Hashtag no excuses. And boy, did people actually put their money where their mouth is, because after my video and after those tweets, people started donating to the Kickstarter, to the Indiegogo.
Upon releasing this message, the Indiegogo for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting would begin to rapidly rise, with Derek giving his full support to Mumkey's involvement. Derek also revealed on Twitter that his role would be as the sidekick to the main shooter, who would be none other than Butch the Bully from the previous Cool Cat movies.
School shooter bully, of course. I don't like those bulldogs or those pugs. It looks like it's hard for them to breathe. Genetic mistake. If you like those dogs, you're an animal torturer. It's true. Live with yourself.
To further drum up publicity, Derek posted a video titled CC Tech Problems, teasing at Butch joining the project.
Hey, what's that door doing open over there? Look who it is! Get that bully! Get him! Now!
I love being a bully.
However, this brought to light some questionable actions going on behind the scenes. Derek very heavily implied that Connor Dean, the actor behind Butch the Bully, was going to appear in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. Although, much like when Derek made the same claim about Jason, Connor was suspiciously absent from the video, replaced with reused audio. It would later be revealed that also like Jason, Connor had no intention of appearing in the film, and had directly turned the offer down, given that the project was later revealed to have been made using the script for Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch. It's quite possible that Derek had assumed the actors who already committed to that film would continue to be involved as the project changed into something else entirely. This may have also meant that Vivica Fox did not agree to be involved either, despite Derek claiming to have casted her. In the middle of Derek's effort to promote Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, he had also released the official trailer for Cool Cat Kids Superhero, which was simply a modified version of the trailer released for Cool Cat Saves the Kids several years prior. Shortly after, he followed it up with an update video, claiming the DVD was completed and that after talking with distributors, he was now aiming for a theatrical release, which he would be able to get confirmation on in a few weeks' time. Meanwhile, funding for the Indiegogo project continued to build up, reaching nearly $10,000 in just a couple of weeks. However, this was still a far cry from Derek's intended goal, and given his vague terminology on how close he'd need to get to the funding goal, fans started reaching out asking for answers. Upon seeing this, Derek then posted another video updating fans on the status of both of his upcoming films.
And, of course, we have Monkey Jones. Now, his people, you guys have done very well. You've bred some, you just gave some new life to this project. Okay, but we're at a turning stone here. There's, I believe, 12 days left to the Indiegogo campaign, and we have only raised, or we've raised approximately $9,400.
Derek went on to say that he needed the full amount to be funded for the film to get made, since production would require him to rent out a school for at least 2 days, which he hasn't been able to get a firm estimate on. Plus, hiring a classroom of children for the shooting scenes would make the cost just to feed them and their parents add up to over $1,500. On top of mispronouncing Mumkey's name, Derek suggests the idea that, should the project not raise the full amount, he can instead use the money for a backup project called Cool Cat's Cooking for Kids and Stranger Danger Tips.
I do have a backup plan, and I want to go in and plant this seed now. Monkey Jones, first of all, you guys must love him. And I both love and respect that right there, because you guys have jumped up the bat for him and you want him to be in a project. That's great. We can still make that happen. Now, another project that I talked about, if you guys have been following Cool Cat for a while, you'll know of another project. It's called Cool Cat's Cooking for Kids and Stranger Danger Tips. There just is no more stranger danger tips out there. For you younger guys, that's like if someone's attacking you, it shows you what to do to get yourself out of it. Stranger danger tips.
The film concept had been vaguely mentioned on Twitter beforehand, although this was the first time Derek teased at the idea of using the Indiegogo money for something else. Most likely, this was intentional, as using the money given to him for this specific project for another would fly in the face of people who were supporting it so far. He had not mentioned a backup project in the fundraiser itself, or even discussed the idea with Mumkey Mumkey in advance. It seemed as though this had been a spur-of-the-moment plan to avoid having to pay back pledgers after guaranteeing a full refund if the project didn't come to fruition. Derek seemingly didn't think Mumkey's fans would have any issue with him producing an entirely different film as long as he kept his offer for Mumkey to have a role as the bad guy. This, however, was not the case. The entire reason Mumkey and his followers had given money to the project was to have him appear as a shooter, which was obviously a role exclusive to Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and why he had originally opted out of having the minor speaking role at the $2,500 reward tier. Much like how Derek had removed Adam's cameo from Gun Self-Defense for Women midway into his fundraising campaign, altering the project unexpectedly to instead fund an entirely different film was extremely deceptive. Even if Derek had fully intended to honor the original agreement in the beginning, changing it later on was tantamount to false advertising. Derek would only worsen the situation by committing to this idea and changing the Indiegogo project itself to reflect his new intentions. In this film, Cool Cat and his friends are having fun as Butch the Bully constantly tries to punk them, but Cool Cat has the kid's power and outsmarts the bully. Filled with many stranger danger tips, one will be a staged abduction where the bad guys try to get Cool Cat, but Cool Cat fights back and shows children many different safety tips. He also deleted the update video and put another up in its place where he doubles down and stated that unless the $25,000 is somehow raised, the project would officially become Cool Cat Stranger Danger Alert, blatantly scamming everyone who had come from Mumkey's channel.
Well, first of all, you know, on our Indiegogo campaign, hey, we're doing pretty good on it, but you know, we started it out for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. We're going to need $25,000 to produce this in a correct way, because I'm not going to, I'm not going to play games with this project. It's too important.
He claimed this new film would end in a way that naturally leads into Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, as well as, again, saying that the Butch the Bully character would make an appearance in Stranger Danger Alert, despite Connor Dean not having agreed to take part in it or the previous one. After this video came out, public opinion surrounding Derek worsened once again. It came off as a return to old norms and only helped reinforce the belief that Derek would continue to miss.
And you know, it's true capitalism, as we learned from Miss Son Piker, to play with money that you know isn't yours. And in all reality, Mumkey Jones probably made a lot of monetization on the videos announcing it and all that stuff and being like, oh, look at me. I'm the school shooter dude. I could be the school shooter guy. Probably benefited him.
Mislead others in his efforts to raise money for his projects, thus pushing away support once again. Several days later, Mumkey posted another video updating viewers on the situation.
My point is, if you donated to this project so that you could see me be in a film called Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, then now is the time to get a refund.
Following this video announcement, the Indiegogo campaign dropped nearly $3,000 from $9,802 to $6,976, with Derek going on to complain about not being able to collect the remainder on Twitter, complaining about how Indiegogo was unlawfully withholding funds from him, funds that were acquired through his defrauding hundreds of people off their money in the first place. As one final means of getting back at Derek for his actions with the project, Mumkey decided to create his own school shooting safety movie with a $25 budget to prove Derek didn't need to have reached his funding goal to produce the film.
If Cool Cat won't do it, then I will. So today I am very excited to announce my upcoming short film, Mumkey Jones Stops a School Shooting.
This movie would end up being released several months later and was filled with references to the original project, mocking Derek for what he had done, and even featured a cameo from Adam at the end. Upon its completion, Mumkey also released the behind-the-scenes footage where he talked about the context surrounding the movie's creation, and gave one final message to Derek.
The whole point of making this movie was to prove that you don't need $25,000 to make a 20-minute school shooter short film. And sure, our movie wasn't of the highest caliber and quality, but it was made for literally $5 fucking, Derek Savage. All we did was prove that you are a greedy piece of shit. If you truly cared about protecting the kids by making this movie, like you claimed so many times when you were starting your Kickstarter for the project, if you really cared about making this safety film to keep them safe, and you said you would make it no matter what, because it's just so important. If you really truly felt that way, and weren't just a greedy piece of shit, then you would have found a way to make the film with what, the $6,900 that you did earn
As the months passed, Mumkey and everyone involved with the
I have an art question. I don't know what this is. This makes no sense, but it will make sense. So, like, do y'all ever go on the paper and, like, be like, let me unlock the layer first. Be like, this is the sun! And now I know where the light goes. I've been doing that lately.
project would move on to other things, Derek included. He has never formally acknowledged Mumkey's points against him, but after a series of strikes left Mumkey's channel suspended, Derek stated in a YouTube comment that he was happy to hear he'd been deleted off YouTube. His comment reads, "Hey there, I know you, and praise Jesus that Monkey channel was deleted. That boy is a cockroach and made lies about us, so this info makes me so happy. I will be pitching PewDiePie, and we'll check out your other suggestions. And Cool Cat loves you." Derek responded very similarly when Alex's channel was temporarily deleted, as well when people accused him of being involved. Despite the fact that Derek had not raised enough to fund either of his planned films, he eventually managed to acquire the money earned from the project. It was unclear at this time what he intended to do with the funding, but he made it clear that Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was not completely abandoned. On September 14th, 2018, Derek posted an update to the Indiegogo project's page, announcing a new arch enemy in the Cool Cat movies known as Dirty Dog, which would be played by an adult in an animal costume very similar to Cool Cat, rather than a kid. It's unknown whether Derek chose to recast Connor Dean after he refused to take part in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, or if he was now simply too old to play the role, but Connor himself was never notified about the change. According to Derek's update, the costume was being developed by the same group who had created the Cool Cat suit, and the Dirty Dog name is most likely based on the insult Cool Cat receives in an email from the original Cool Cat Saves the Kids movie. 1 month later, Derek would update the Indiegogo page again, stating that the project was on the back burner while he worked on more Cool Cat books. This was when he published another called Cool Cat Loves Space, which was released to coincide with the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 space mission. Much like several of Derek's other books, Art Knowles took involvement in its creation. Derek claims the concept behind the story was his idea, and that he'd also fully funded the endeavor. Whether or not Art did in fact fund the project is uncertain, as stated before. Art has also been credited as a producer on some of the Cool Cat movies. According to Jason, this was only because he'd allowed Derek to associate his Harrier jet with the Cool Cat brand. Whether Art Knowles did fund Cool Cat Loves Space or not, Derek would return to crowdfunding yet again the following month with his next book, Cool Cat Loves MMA. This also marked his return to Kickstarter, possibly due to difficulties collecting the money raised from his Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting Indiegogo project. Strangely enough, however, this time he was only asking for $500. Derek isn't clear what this amount was for, and even stated in the project description that he'd already completed the book. It's quite possible he was simply using this as a means of advertising the series and distributing merchandise, since the only reward tiers were for the book itself and his pre-existing Cool Cat products. Derek soon canceled this project, most likely for lack of funding. A little over a week later, the book came out regardless, which
I don't remember, but I wonder if this Harrier jet guy is related to the whole Pepsi Harrier jet fiasco.
suggests the money was not necessary in the first place, which seems to be a common theme with Mr. Savage. For the most part, audiences seemed to drift away from Derek at this time, as news surrounding him and his project slowed in the latter half of 2018. The most noteworthy event to develop in this time was Derek attempting to arrange an appearance on the show Shark Tank in order to get the character an official TV show. Despite hopeful tweets about the progress of his endeavor, it ultimately led to nothing. But as the new year began, eyes would be drawn back to him when he posted a very unexpected update.
This is my production channel right here, so I'm here to tell you about our brand new project, and I'm so excited that this is coming together. I've been working on this for quite some time. Now, you know, as far as the movie and music awards, you know, there's the Oscar awards, the Grammy.
Fuck yes, this is the best. This is the best arc.
The Tonys, the Golden Globes. Now here is the coolest awards, and that is the 420 Awards.
To the surprise of everyone, Derek had apparently been spending the last several months assembling an award show that he intended to host every year on April 20th. Ironically, despite the name and branding having a strong association to marijuana, Derek's reasoning for creating his award show was because others were becoming too political.
It's because they're all so stinking political. You know, they can just kick that damn politics out of there, baby doll. Because in the 420 Awards, it's all about entertaining the folk.
On top of remarks from commenters about the absurdity of this idea, Derek was criticized for releasing this announcement on the same channel that was intended to host content for young fans of Cool Cat, much like how he had previously displayed his Playgirl magazine appearance on the same website used to sell Cool Cat products. But it didn't stop there. Jason Johnson revealed that, in the early stages of developing this idea, Derek had even wanted Cool Cat himself to host the 420 Awards, and he had to talk him out of it.
And he originally asked me about doing that, about coming down there. He's like, hey, Jason, you know, I could use you as Cool Cat doing this. And I said, Derek, I said, if you have Cool Cat do that, you're opening a whole new door.
Upon learning this, Adam would later state that he had wished Derek had gone through with the original plan. As news of his show spread around the online world, many grew interested in what Derek had in store. He created a new website, Twitter, and YouTube channel for the event, and released more videos as months passed by, talking about various aspects of the show. He revealed the movie categories included favorite movie, favorite kick-ass movie, favorite fun movie, favorite stoner movie, favorite actor and actress, and favorite movie of all time. And similarly, the music categories included favorite song, favorite male and female artist, favorite artist group, all-time favorite song, as well as 2 other awards for Hottest Babe and Hottest Hunk that could go to either a musician or actor. According to Derek, each award could be given for work that's 1 or 2 years old, but that the favorite movie and song of all time can go back as far as possible. Though, wouldn't that result in the same song winning every year? I digress. Evidently, the nominees would be chosen based on fan requests and then placed into Twitter polls, where the highest voted would win, meaning everyone would be able to see who the winners were before the show had begun. Just one of many of Derek's immaculate displays of media literacy.
Now put down on the bottom on the comments now. You start coming to get your suggestions in who we should vote for, and please put it under there like 420 Awards favorite group with a comma, and put your a couple suggestions. Either 1 or 2, put a couple down there, and number them that way, so that way I can see which ones that we can, really do a great tally. And once we get more of them, then we'll start voting on our favorite ones.
Derek would later go in depth about the event itself, saying he was planning to rent out a venue at the Eclipse Theaters in Las Vegas and charge $42 for tickets to enter. He also attempted to arrange a Discord server, which is still accessible, though most likely completely inactive, and a live stream of the event, which, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, fell through. He opted instead to release it as a YouTube video after having edited the recorded footage. One of these edits was adding louder applause to potentially make it seem like the event was livelier than it actually was. Then, on June 10th, 2019, Derek posted the first annual 420 Awards event video.
We got to create an award show that is for the people. It's non-political,
non-political, the 420 Awards.
Yep. No,
everybody.
it's not a political cause.
Other awards ceremonies are too political, but not the 420 Awards.
I want to make in 4 years the 420 Awards the 4th largest award show in Hollywood.
The 4th largest awards show in Hollywood in 4 years.
So I guess Oscars, Grammys, Emmys, 420. Fuck off, Tonys.
Where he is right now is Nevada. As he is filming this was in Vegas, but he wants to make it the 4th largest in Hollywood. So maybe he's planning on moving it.
Derek later shot even higher and wanted to make the 420 Awards to be the 4th biggest award show in the entire world. Most likely upon realizing he couldn't be the 4th biggest in Hollywood if the event continued to be hosted in Las Vegas. The event itself was rather strange, akin to most of Derek's other creations. After its opening, each award for the winning movie and songs were presented, with some of the oddest being Smash Mouth's All-Star as favorite stoner music video, and
Who the fuck voted for that? That's some bullshit. It would obviously be why for a white guy for going that type of era music.
and Incredibles 2 as favorite stoner movie. To accept these awards for both music and movies, Derek brought seemingly random people on stage with no ties to their creation. Also, during the show, it's revealed that it's being hosted in the Tickle Me Comedy Club, which is only fitting. Derek had attempted to invite others by adding dozens of names during several of his announcements for the event on Twitter, but this was unsuccessful. The only winner to have attended the event and collected their award in person was Derek himself, after Cool Cat Kid Superhero was voted favorite independent film, beating out A Quiet Place, Won't You Be My Neighbor, and Paddington 2. In order to avoid handing the award to himself, Derek had the owner of the theater hand it to him instead. However, this wasn't the original plan, because ironically, one of the guests Derek also couldn't get in the audience was in fact Jason Johnson himself, who Derek had intended to accept the award in costume as Cool Cat. He called and left a message on Jason's phone, but was later turned down.
Hey, Jason, what's happening? It's Derek. Hey, just wanted to touch base with you and say hi. Hey, 420 Awards is going on, brother, and it looks like Cool Cat's going to win an award. So, hey, love to have you in it. I've also thought of a way where we can have you present award as Jason Johnson also, to get your FaceTime and everything on there. Okay, well, hey, buddy, give me a call a little bit later. It's still early, about 9 o'clock. Okay, God bless. Bye.
Jason would later clarify that, by this point, he had a full-time job, and the time and money it'd take to travel all the way to Las Vegas simply wasn't worth it, especially since he knew Derek would want to take the opportunity to film other things while he was there. Although, one winner would go on to accept the award later on. Several weeks after the event, Paul Delisle of Smash Mouth tweeted out the group's award for Best Stoner Music Video, thanking Cool Cat for it. This had come about after Derek mailed them their trophy, hoping to have the band perform at the second annual 420 Award.
He really is a fucking go-getter, though. He really is a hustler. And in all truth, you know what? Hater or lover. Taylor Swift. This is how she got where she went. She made a whole bunch of fucking CDs. This is no shit. I have the golden book on Taylor Swift. I got it from Walmart. And it says she went to every door, knocked on it, in Nashville, as a 13-year-old child, by the way. The whole bunch of CDs saying, listen to this, producer. Just kept doing it. Now, it's like, whoa, 13-year-old girl, but then you got Derek Savage over here, and it's kind of cringe. How do you win? Whoa. You don't. You just knock things off your desk.
But this didn't happen. Nevertheless, Derek took this as an endorsement and used the Twitter image on his site to advertise the event. In addition to giving out awards, Derek also had amateur entertainers appear on stage, including a magician, singer, ventriloquist, and a comedian, who was, in fact, the owner of the venue.
I'm gonna get another one across my chest that says Filipino, because I'm Filipino.
Between these segments, he showed footage of the film nominees, ironically going against his own stance on fair use. Some of these segments were even recorded from a TV screen and potentially pirated. Several clips also had their audio tracks muted for copyright reasons by YouTube, which Derek replaced with songs from the Cool Cat movie score. Upon the release of the 420 Awards on YouTube, Adam of Your Movie Sucks would react to it for his Adam and Pal series, mocking several aspects of the event, including Derek's blatant mispronunciation of several well-known movie titles and celebrity names. Today, Adam's video sits with nearly 1 million views, and much of that attention would trickle down to the original video, which is actually close to reaching 100,000 hits. Derek himself acknowledged Adam's video, and even stated he was happy for him giving publicity to the event. In the aftermath of the attention, many discussed how Derek had managed to finance the show, with some theorizing it was done partially using the Indiegogo money from Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, but it's uncertain, as most of Derek's real-life dealings are. Honestly, I have no idea how this guy apparently owns a house or manages to make a living traveling from LA to Las Vegas all the time.
I don't know an exact number, but I remember reading somewhere it was like between like 20 and 50,000 on this shit.
Where did he get this money, you ask? We don't even know.
I don't know how this man has the money that he has, and I would only assume that it's from, like, basically fucking people out of Kickstarter money and keeping it.
The podcast hosting this discussion was in fact the same group who eventually discovered Derek's arrest record and real name, and they would later become most well known for their involvement with Cool Cat topics. However, it still remains unclear as to exactly where the money to fund Derek's endeavors had come from, since even Jason Johnson was in the dark on that matter. For this reason, the general public believed that the show wouldn't continue to be a yearly event, but this turned out not to be true. In early 2020, Derek announced that the voting for the second annual 420 Awards would begin soon, although by this time, the pandemic hit, which prevented prevented Derek from being able to rent out a venue for the ceremony. As a result, the event was held in what Derek claimed is a studio he rented out, with plans for audiences to attend via a live stream that he'd charge $4.20 for access to. Much like his previous award show, Derek was unable to get any celebrities to agree to attend, although he did in fact debate extending an invitation to a certain YouTuber he'd had beef with in the past, and put it to a public vote as to who he should choose.
So what I want you guys to do in the comment section down below, to go on and make a comment on who you would like for me to invite or to possibly invite to be in this year's 420 Awards.
About a week after this, Derek would post another video unveiling that, as he himself had expected, Adam had won the vote. Derek stated that he plans to cover his travel expenses if the live stream reached enough sales, adding that the event would get Adam a lot of publicity and be shown on his IMDb page. However, this arrangement didn't come to fruition. Adam would only acknowledge the request after the event's end in his video discussing it. Even though it was jokingly discussed that he may attend, Adam's apprehension around meeting Derek in person held him back from doing so.
There's no rhyme or reason to what he's going to do next. Just flip a coin.
Yeah, that's why I would never meet him in person.
When the second annual 420 Awards show began taking nominations, some of the categories were altered from the prior year. Favorite Stoner Movie and Music Video were cut. Favorite Stoner Song was changed to simply Favorite Song. Favorite Independent Movie was replaced. Favorite Documentary.
So that trophy for Smash Mouth didn't fucking pay off. What are you nominating me for? You gotta do G4.
Film, and a favorite TV show award was added. The event itself was said to have a coronavirus theme, which was why every award was accepted by a man dressed up in a white hazmat suit with a mask and goggles over his sunglasses, who Derek would just pretend was each of the celebrities. He followed the format of the first show by playing footage from each of the films in the nominations with some copyrighted music replaced, but on top of making numerous spelling mistakes in the overlaid text, and even calling the show Mr. Robot Mr. Robert, Derek also accidentally mixed up the clips for Zendaya and Haley Stanfield for Hottest Actress category. Some of the especially unexpected winners were John Travolta as Hottest Male Actor and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for Favorite TV Show. This time, Derek's own work would win in two categories. His Cool Cat is Cool song, originally produced by Linda Hopkins for Derek's short Cool Cat cartoon, won Favorite Song, and Gun Self-Defense for Women was given the award for Favorite Documentary Film. Upon winning, he once again brings in someone else to hand the award to him by the name of Alistair Cooper.
Beginning to think these awards are kind of, self-inflating.
Who had worked on several other projects of Derek's at that time after having gotten in contact with him on Twitter. The two evidently got into an argument sometime after the event, and Derek cut ties with him. However, this proved not to be permanent since Alistair would return for next year's show. In place of the performances he had had at the live venue, Derek instead opted to create skits adhering to the show's theme where he destroys coronavirus balls with a shotgun in the desert. There's also a scene which was introduced by Derek saying he had caught the coronavirus, only to cut to him acting drunk with an empty bottle of Corona Extra beer. The show also featured a mascot character known as Blunt Boy. Once again, the event was not streamed and simply came out as a YouTube video. Interestingly, its credits sequence names Art Knowles as a producer, which hadn't been the case the year prior. It's still not certain whether or not this meant he had actually funded it, or if Derek was rewarding him with a producer role for having done some kind of favor with the Harrier jet. After the video was released, Adam would go on to discuss the show as well, and brought a lot of attention to Derek in the process. The following year, he would host the event again in a very similar fashion, since precautions around COVID were still in effect, preventing him from booking another large venue. The third show was in many ways a combination of the first two. Like before, Derek was limited to a studio and made a plethora of lockdown jokes, but this time he had several entertainers return from the first show to perform in between awards. The categories had been changed very little from the previous year, with the exception of Derek's removal of the Favorite Documentary Film Award. Unlike the previous years, most of the nominees for each award were sensible choices, and the winners were figures with especially large online followings, which was to be expected from a voting system using Twitter polls. The only aspect of the show that stood out was a scripted segment where Derek is shown that the ratings and viewership for Hollywood's biggest award shows have plummeted, which only increases his confidence that the 420 Awards can make it into the top 4 in another 2 years. Once again, the show was not streamed, but Derek attempted to simulate the streaming experience by setting the edited video as a premiere release on May 20th. That way, people could watch it as if they were really tuning into a live event. event. Just like the prior year, Art Knowles was credited as a producer at the end, and Adam would make a video reacting to it, promoting the event even further. However, despite Derek's consistency, the 4th annual 420 Awards the following year would be shrouded in mystery. Derek claimed multiple times that it would happen, and did happen. But as of August, the only public information about it is the list of categories, revealing that a favorite horror movie and favorite video game award would be included. Derek was taking requests in the forms of replies, but hadn't released the polls. Meanwhile, the website still speaks about the 4th show in future tense, advertising it as an event that will be streamed live and featuring the mascots and comedians from the previous year's show. With no word from social media and no updates being released on either channel, fans began asking Derek about it, who on July 15th revealed in an angry reply that he had technical issues and was still planning to release the footage at some point. As of now, this has not happened. It's unknown what the future holds for the 420 Awards, especially after restrictions lightened following the end of quarantine. Whether Derek will try hosting the 420 Awards at a public venue or continue it at all is anyone's guess. Although, that can also be said about the rest of his projects. Derek has definitely had his hands full, and there was a lot more in the making in 2019 than just the 420 Awards. Earlier that April, as Derek was laying the groundwork for the first show, Jason Johnson appeared quite unexpectedly on the YouTube channel Ryan Osiris for an interview about his role as Cool Cat. The interview touched on many topics and answered pressing questions about the production of the films, Jason himself, and his opinions on Derek and the series. Unlike Derek, Jason took no issue with the reviews made about the Cool Cat films and came off as quite level-headed when touching on many of the events surrounding the brand's history. The tone was generally lighthearted, with both Jason and Ryan being very clearly aware of how Derek and the franchise was perceived, but rarely saying anything negative. Jason did reveal a few behind-the-scenes secrets, but the harshest the interview ever got was when he was asked about the weirdest thing Derek had ever done, and talked about an unintentionally inappropriate comment he had made at one point.
Oh, well, one of the weirdest things he said was the girl, what's her name? Jessica Salazar, who plays Maria. He was saying, like, well, I can't use her anymore because, she's gotten older because, she has, he said, tits now.
At the time, it seemed Derek took little notice of this interview, but Ryan made it known that he was quickly blocked by the Cool Cat Twitter account, making it evident that he was at least aware of the interview's existence, especially since Adam himself would acknowledge it on several occasions, such as in his 420 Awards videos, live streams, and installments of the Sardonicast podcast. With increased attention from Cool Cat fans, Ryan would go on to interview Connor Dean as well as Adam himself. Later that month, after wrapping up the first annual 420 Awards, Derek broke his 6 months of silence on the Indiegogo project originally for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. An update was put out stating he'd been delayed by both the writing of the Cool Cat books and the 420 Awards, but that new plans were in the works for the Indiegogo project, and he would release an update video soon. A week later, he posted another update with the link to the unpromised video, which was an official unveiling of the Dirty Dog character, and featured Derek dressed up in the suit himself. Upon going public, this video would become infamous.
I smell Cool Cat.
This is the good shit. This is like the 8 Mile arc for the Eminem that is Derek Savage. This is where he started in children's books, but then he discovered the fucking word of rhyme.
Then, quite suddenly, Derek would have a
How is there an hour left after we already covered the 420 Awards, Tonto? That's a good question. What more will happen?
surge of popularity from a particularly unexpected source.
Cool Cat, Cool Cat, Cool Cat. It's made by Derek Savage.
PewDiePie's joined the fray. That's what happened.
The perfect representation of a kids movie.
On May 20th, PewDiePie himself.
You see, Derek Savage is like the opposite of Ethan Ralph. He fails more and sells more trash consistently, but yet somehow keeps making it up the ladder, where someone like Ethan Ralph will just wind up in a tin shack in Mexico with their life in danger, you know?
Himself would post a video reviewing Cool Cat Kid Superhero. Most of his comments throughout were similar to others made about Derek's work in the past, but the video generally focused on Felix's initial reactions rather than thorough criticism of the film.
This is the coolest office
I've ever seen.
You're outside. Outside is not an office. Has no one told you this, Cool Cat? You don't know about this, Cool Cat? Shit.
Most of the humor was either very tame or sarcastically praising the film, which meant that when Derek was inevitably exposed to the video, many of the jokes may have gone over his head. As a result of this, and PewDiePie's massive popularity, Derek's reaction to the review was completely positive. He would later go on to state that the part he found the funniest was when PewDiePie said he couldn't understand Butch, ironically making fun of the actor, since Derek was well aware Connor Dean had a speech impediment that he was embarrassed about. Derek seems to see this attention from Felix as an opportunity to bring eyes to his work, and put out a tweet directed at him offering a role as a teacher in his upcoming film Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, without mentioning that the project was still in development since his controversy with Mumkey Jones over a year prior. This led to the responses being filled with Mumkey fans scolding him, and was later acknowledged by Mumkey himself. Felix himself responded by sarcastically saying, "I'm in," which inadvertently fueled Derek's further efforts. Upon seeing all of this, Adam decided to message Felix to let him know about Derek's history with failing to upload fundraiser promises and controversy with YouTubers, to make sure he didn't unknowingly extend support and lose his fans' money as Mumkey had. Adam would later go in depth about the situation, describing not only the chain of events that unfolded from Felix's review, but also Derek's double standard by taking the video well due to him being popular after having been so negative towards others who made similar videos in the past.
He's just thinking in dollar signs, like, how can I capitalize off of this? So he wants PewDiePie to be in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, which is a movie that was supposed to have been made before with Mumkey Jones.
Upon being emailed by someone claiming Adam's talk with Felix, as mentioned during this Sardonicast episode, was the reason he had stopped responding, Derek didn't believe this was true and dismissed it, continuing to reach out with offers. Interestingly, Derek also mentioned that Connor Dean enjoyed the PewDiePie video as well, which Connor himself later spoke about.
My brother was just like, "Oh, hey, by the way, you're on a PewDiePie."
Tonto, did you ever catch the bulimia charges lobbied at YMS? Are they true? ?
Suspicious. PewDiePie video, and I didn't believe him. I like PewDiePie. I like him, and I was shocked to see that he did it. And really, I didn't really care that I was on it. Quite frankly, I was kind of honored.
During the next several days, Derek continued to put out tweets directed at Felix, giving details about the project to make it seem more promising, including one attempting to cast Jake Paul on the project, and another where he says that he had already cast Vivica Fox to play a teacher as well. Whether this is true or not isn't clear, especially since just 2 days prior, Derek had publicly tweeted PewDiePie's review to Vivica and Eric, implying he hadn't talked to them in a while. On the 30th, Derek then put up a video on the Cool Cat Funhouse channel pitching the movie to PewDiePie.
But then right when I saw him, I said, my God, I mean, he would be really good in a project that I really want to get going, and that is Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
In this video, Derek reveals that the movie is now planned as a full-length feature film, and is going to star one kid with autism and another with Down syndrome, as well as having a cooking scene, all of which was previously planned to be in Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, meaning it could have been around this time.
But which one gets top billing? That's an important question. I wonder what Derek Savage would do.
Time that the script had officially been scrapped and repurposed for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, thus increasing its runtime to feature length. He also made it officially known that the dirty dog character he'd teased would be the shooter in the movie, which was apparently because Derek was afraid of getting into trouble for whatever race of the child he'd choose to cast. For the rest of the movie, Derek tried to sell Felix on participating by talking about the impressive aspects of the film, including that it will star Vivica Fox, and that it would be the second movie ever to feature a live Harrier jet. Derek later implied that the jet will be used by Cool Cat himself to stop the shooting. To make the role as easy to play as possible, Derek also offers the option of having him play an international teacher giving lessons remotely, so he could record these scenes at home rather than being on sets, but also gave him the alternative of being able to get into the heat of the action and be coached by a martial arts specialist for the part. He also offered PewDiePie a producer credit and partial ownership of the film, which seemed to further prove Jason's comment about Derek giving out producer roles as favors to friends. Although, despite going to great lengths to make the project be as convenient as possible to encourage Felix's involvement, Derek went on to ask for quite a lot in return.
And, you know, to help to raise funds to finance the project, and I know we can do it with this project right here, is to make 2 videos before on, you know, while the Kickstarter things.
All right. Gonna take a break, but get this little monitor thing out of here. My macaroni bulldog. I'm always looking for advice and criticism, don't you know? This is an art stream, as per always. Like, it was a mac and cheese cup, and then it changed. Whoop. I don't know if people understand that. I'm gonna try to make the animation where this transforms into this. Then, of course, it'll have a bigger evolution, of course. Hello, Fuyin. What do you think of my macaroni bulldog? It's gonna have macaroni tail, I guess. Alright. Break time. What amazing music to play. I'm just trying to do well on these DeviantArt streams. You think it looks super cool? Okay.
I'm scared to get close, and I hate being alone. I long for that feeling to not feel at all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sink. I can't drown my demons, they know how to swim. I'm scared to get close, and I hate being alone. I long for that feeling to not feel at all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sink. I can't drown my demons, they know how to swim. I'm scared to get close, and I hate being alone. I long for that feeling to not feel at all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sink. I can't drown my demons, they know how to swim. child. Dry your crying eyes. How can I explain the fear you feel inside? 'Cause you were born into this evil world where man is killing man and no one knows just why. What have we become? Just look what we have done. All that we destroyed, you must build again. When the children cry, let them know we tried. 'Cause when the children sing, then the new world begins. Little child, you must show the way to a better day for all the young. 'Cause you were born for the world to see that we all can live with love and peace. No more presidents and all the wars we'll end. One united world under God. When the children cry, let them know we tried. 'Cause when the children sing, then the new world begins. What have we become? Just look what we have done. All that we destroyed, you must build again. No more presidents and all the wars.
Wars ain't ever gonna end. I got me a coffee as we finish this story out. Going back to what I was talking about, my macaroni bulldog, you see. I think I'm gonna go ahead and whenever I'm just feeling it, make my little monsters for my consumer idea. I think my consumer idea is the best one. And then I can just make like little pixel arts, little guides, little things like that. Because it'll be my own custom thing. And then I don't know, if I want to make the game, I have all this stuff. That's the idea here. I know these kind of look like spaghetti noodles and not macaroni noodles, but if I keep sticking to the same color palette in the same tones, and then I'm thinking maybe I'll draw the fork over here beside the tail, because then it'll be related to the fork logo. Keep that going on. It'd be easy just to make a transformation between this and that and throw that. Someone will get it.
Going to and make a video afterwards or something. I mean, after we shoot the project, to help promote it, and I'm sure you will.
Derek's request for 6 videos made his whole offer seem very one-sided. Had Felix been interested, his involvement alone could have attracted enough attention to fund the project, and he most likely would have made a video about it regardless. But Derek's desire for more may have pushed him away. Adam stated Felix didn't come to a decision about Derek's offer in their conversation about his Kickstarter history. But if this talk wasn't his deterrent in working with Derek, The movie pitch very well could have been. Felix has never engaged with the subject again, and in recent years, Derek would come to accept the reality that he would never take him up on the offer. 2 months later, on the Indiegogo page Mumkey had helped him fund, Derek would announce that he had completed the film and was now putting the names of the pledgers in the credits. However, Derek changed the project yet again to be for a new film called Cool Cat's Crazy Dream.
And now on the other 3,500, I told them that, hey, this campaign's collapsed. I'm not coming out with this, but I'm going to put out another film. I emailed everybody and let them know, and I gave them a chance. If they wanted their money back, gladly give it. And that was Cool Cat's Crazy Dream.
This seems to be a spur-of-the-moment idea since this film concept was never mentioned publicly in the months leading up to the change. It's not clear whether or not he delivered on the merch promised in the reward tiers, but he did deliver on crediting the backers at the $35 tier as promised, so it's likely he mailed out the other products. In a later update, Derek clarified that he switched the project a second time because he was never fully enthused with the Stranger Danger alert idea, and because others stated that they didn't like it either. He wanted to pick out something else. Ironically, the backlash he'd gotten was mostly a result of him breaking his promises by changing the project to a different film, rather than the film itself. Then, on July 26, Derek released the film on YouTube for all to see. The plot was that Cool Cat had a dream about getting a call from the VIP Celebrity Convention, and was invited to their party where he meets a bunch of celebrities. It ends with him driving off in the Cool Cat convertible, while Dirty Dog appears on screen to tease at his role in other films. But the biggest surprise was that Cool Cat himself was recast.
Hey kids, it's me, Cool Cat, and I got a great story to tell you. It's about a dream I had, but it was a super cool dream.
When this video came out, viewers were shocked to find that Jason Johnson had been replaced as Cool Cat by Derek himself. But more shocking still, the film was in fact made up almost entirely of reused footage, since the majority of these scenes took place during the after party.
See, it's like when Jesse is like working for fucking Gus Fring and they don't care about what Walter's doing anymore. That's what arc they're on.
Of the Hollywood Christmas Parade that Jason and Derek had attended nearly 7 years prior, meaning that Jason himself was still in the Cool Cat costume with Derek's voice dubbed over the original audio. This had very dark implications about events behind the scenes, and Derek's use of the fundraiser money. This short itself was half of the promised 20-minute runtime Derek had promised for the previous 2 films he'd used the Indiegogo project to fund, and seemingly all of the footage used was made beforehand. Even Dirty Dog's appearance at the end was the same green screen clip Derek had used for the character's reveal video with new audio dubbed over the original lines. All of this only helped fuel the fire against Derek and reinforce the stance that he was misusing his fundraiser backing. To top it all off, Jason Johnson was not credited in any way at the end, despite the footage obviously having featured him in the suit, which made it clear that something had happened between Jason and Derek. This was further made clear by Derek's comments. Some people have commented that my voice has changed. I got tonsillitis and it made my voice change, but all is great now and I'm ready to boogie. So be cool and have fun. Cool Cat. At Cool Cat Loves You. I was very excited for the upcoming Cool Cat projects until I found out Jason Johnson is no longer playing the titular role of Cool Cat. Why did you decide to do this? Watching the new video, Cool Cat's southern drawl is very off-putting. He is not a part of the brand and is not associated with us in any degree. And I had tonsillitis and my voice changed. So go with and have fun or don't watch the films. But fans wouldn't have to wait long for an explanation. Just 4 days later, Derek filed a copyright strike against Jason's interview posted to the Ryan Osiris channel. Upon reaching out to ask why, Ryan was told by Derek that it was because he had used an image of Cool Cat in the video's thumbnails as advertising, which Derek claimed was illegal. To many, this seemed like history repeating itself and only worsened Derek's reputation by showing that he learned nothing from his past mistakes. In response, Jason Johnson would then decide to strike Derek's Cool Cat's Crazy Dream due to it using footage of himself without any attempts to credit him. Derek would then post it to Vimeo the next day. As a result of this new drama playing out, Jason would appear on Ryan's channel for a follow-up interview where he went in depth about the situation, revealing that he and Derek were already having disagreements beforehand and that the previous interview seemed to
You know, though, he did get paid like $0 and not living wage and was expected to go to all these things and wearing that sweaty suit. I would cut my losses personally.
be the nail in the coffin. This quite possibly led to Derek creating Cool Cat's Crazy Dream with Jason's voice replaced. In this interview, Jason also confirms once and for all that with the exception of one shot, all of the footage from Cool Cat's Crazy Dream was reused from older projects with him in the costume, and he clarifies how he felt about Derek doing this.
I wouldn't say retaliation is the correct word. I don't know. Let's just say that him copyright striking the interview didn't help.
Jason stated that he didn't take the video down for revenge, and many felt he was justified in doing so. Although, as the news spread across the community surrounding Cool Cat, several people claimed that even though Jason's strike against Derek came across as a fair counter to what Derek did, his grounds for claiming copyright infringement didn't stand either.
Then Jason Johnson, I guess, in an act of vengeance or some sort of, I guess, karma, he copyright claimed the new Cool Cat video. Which, I guess, two wrongs make a right. I don't know. I don't feel great about this. Because, I mean, Derek is obviously in the wrong. Jason Johnson, you don't own the rights to that footage, even if you were in it.
However, most took Jason's side in the situation regardless, since Derek's strike was considered to have been even more unjustified, paired with the other far worse actions he had already taken. Public opinion only continued to shift further against him, because after the attack, Jason began to open up about his history with Derek, revealing a lot more of what he had dealt with from him over the years. This was in stark contrast to the first interview, which was much tamer due to Jason being more restrained in what he had made public. He offered an apology for what he had said in the previous video, but the situation would only go further downhill from there. 2 days later, Derek filed a second copyright strike on this new interview as well, despite Ryan choosing not to show Cool Cat in the thumbnail or show any of Derek's content throughout. He claimed this was because Ryan refused to heed his request of never saying his or Cool Cat's name again, and that if he did, a third strike would be filed. As a result, Ryan privated the remainder of his content that mentioned Derek in any manner. This evidently prompted Jason to formally pursue legal action against Derek. He would then email Ryan a message that would act as an update on the situation, which Ryan read out in a video posted to his channel responding to Derek's strikes. Jason closes this statement by saying that he will no longer be playing Cool Cat regardless if Derek reconsiders him for the role, and that he will appear for one final interview that will serve as his tell-all as a way of moving on by closing the door on an earlier chapter of his life. Within the following week, this third interview would be released on the Super Media Bros channel to avoid Ryan's account receiving a third strike. In the video, Jason goes into thorough detail about his history with Derek and behind-the-scenes production of Cool Cat from beginning to end. All mentions of Derek's name were altered to Eric Garbage in an attempt to give him even less grounds for a copyright takedown. Due to the circumstances, Jason is more open than ever and doesn't shy away from discussing Derek's most infamous actions. It was this interview that would serve as the main source of information for those curious about how Cool Cat came to be.
When we had done the shoot for Saves the Kids, there had actually gotten to a point where there was literally no money left. So I had actually, myself and the kids had put in, I think like 1 or 2 days for free.
Jason would let on that Derek's production had no contracts. It was all kept to informal agreements, with payment exchanged through cash or personal checks. He described most of the production behind all of the previous films, and while a lot of the actions described from Derek seemed very in character with his online behavior, it gave onlookers perspective into how deep these issues ran. Jason would also refute claims Derek had begun to make around that time, saying that he had been fired from the Cool Cat role after the production of Kid Superhero, which was disproved by Derek's phone message just a few months prior, asking Jason to come to Las Vegas and play Cool Cat for the 420 Awards. Jason also claims that even to the present day, Derek had never sent him any sort of legal termination notice. This interview would forever change the way fans saw Derek and the Cool Cat brand. To many, it showed that Derek was unable to remain on good terms with even those closest to him, and that his trend of causing problems beyond shoddy filmmaking had started long before he chose to strike a review. As for Ryan, he managed to get the strikes reversed with the help of Bob Shooks, who was, in fact, one of the 3 reviewers Derek had originally struck in 2015. From here, the situation died down, with Derek leaving the ordeal with his outlook largely unaffected. 3 days after Jason's tell-all interview, Derek would appear for an interview of his own on Comedy Central's Trevor Moore Show. No talk of past controversies came up, although Derek mentioned plans to
Eric Savage is in the same place as Trevor Moore. Then Trevor Moore wound up dead.
Suspicious.
To shoot a war scene, taking place when Daddy Derek and Cool Cat first met, implying Derek isn't actually his biological father in the Cool Cat universe. This then naturally led into Derek discussing his upcoming film, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. He seemingly didn't notice the reactions of the other people in attendance.
In my next Cool Cat feature film, which is something that's very, very important, it's Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
Yes.
It's something that we really need to put in. I mean, it's to help our kids right there.
Following this, Derek would resume work on the Cool Cat franchise. With Jason gone and most of the child actors having grown up and left as well, fans began referring to the movies produced from Crazy Dream and onward as Phase 2, in reference to Marvel's categorization of their movie releases. Despite having just claimed that Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was Derek's next feature film, there proved to be more in the works than many were aware of. He would begin talking about another side project in the following month called Cool Cat Flips a House, the premise of which would be akin to many other shows centered on buying and repairing homes to increase resale value, but with an emphasis on parent and child bonding.
Probably because he has to fix up his own fucking house. He might as well make content out of it, right?
My new show is Cool Cat Flips a House. I'm editing, it's almost completed in post-production. It's really cool too. I mean, I'm sitting there just laughing at it. And it's got a good morals to it. You know, it's Cool Cat Flips a House, a parent and child bonding show where it teaches children simple business and how to do home repairs.
Derek would shoot footage to be used as a series pilot in hopes of it getting picked up and developed further by a mainstream TV channel or streaming service, similar to Derek's plans with the original 3 Cool Cat shorts. On January 11th, 2020 of the following year, Derek claims to have finished the 25-minute pilot episode. He said it would be streamable on April 20th, 2020, the same day as the second annual 420 Awards, but this was not the case. Although, even with it not coming out when he promised, the episode did get mentioned during Cool Cat's appearance in that year's show.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cool Cat, and I'm on the set of my brand new show, Cool Cat Flips a House. Yay!
Derek's only reasoning as to why it hadn't been released was that it hadn't been pitched to production companies, and at some point he changed his estimate of the runtime from 25 minutes to 18. At the same time as this project was being developed, Derek also created a Cool Cat DVD box set, containing both versions of the original film and the 3 shorts he had created it from. He would tease at its content by releasing several YouTube videos showcasing some of the never-before-seen footage, as well as making an announcement directly describing it.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Derek Savage, and I'm the creator of the Cool Cat Children's brand, and we got something really cool for you today. Now, over the years, I have received so many requests from people asking me to do a Cool Cat box set, and that's exactly what we got for you, and that is the Cool Cat 3 DVD box set. And let me show you what we got going on.
He stated that the first disc would contain the original 3 Cool Cat shorts, as well as Cool Cat Saves the Kids. The second DVD would be Cool Cat Kid Superhero, and the final one would be reserved for never-before-seen content such as bloopers and behind-the-scenes extras. Derek also mentioned he would narrate the movies after being asked for advice on how to make movies from other filmmakers. The box set was also planned to come with a free book and keychain. He put up a poll asking fans what they thought the best price for this package would be, with the majority voting on the lowest option at $40. Derek also created a Kickstarter project for the box set, which, much like his fundraiser for Cool Cat Loves MMA, appeared to be only a means of selling copies of the product since the funding goal was set at $300, and stated in the description that there was no risk involved since the footage was already shot. There were only 2 reward tiers, one for the box set itself with 2 posters at $30, and another for a box set and posters, plus an added t-shirt. This fundraiser didn't manage to surpass its funding goal and was soon abandoned. The box set was sold regardless, with Derek reducing the price once again to $25. He also attempted to expand sales by encouraging viewers to advertise the product to their followers, and offered to give them eBay accounts to sell them with a chance of getting a 15% cut, and a free piece of Cool Cat merch for every 50 items sold.
The fuck is this pyramid scheme shit? Is it because he's fucking banned from eBay? The fuck? How low are we going?
It's unclear if anyone took him up on this offer. Also, around the same time, Derek officially announced the completion of his script for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting and contacted several celebrities about having roles in the project, including Tommy Wiseau and Kanye West. Derek also mentioned the character of Dirty Dog would have a slave named Beaver. He followed this up with another update tagging Felix, reasserting his earlier offer.
And what I want to talk to you today about is the script, about parts that I have, and also I want to address PewDiePie. You know, he said he was in and everything. I still get so many tweets on that, so stick around if you're a PewDiePie fan. Okay, hey guys, well, first of all, let's start with the cover. Now, this is just the working cover here. I'm about to change it up, and this is what I'm seeing. Okay, first of all, it's Cool Cat and Dirty Dog's the bad guy. Now, Dirty Dog is, well, I mean, he's mean in this movie, and he is the school shooter that we all fear.
Derek stated the script is fully complete at a length of 110 pages and describes it as one of the funniest scripts he's ever written. Upon showing the cast list, Vivica's name appeared to have been removed.
Got the characters up there right beside me right here so you can go down with me. Of course, we got Cool Cat, Daddy Derek, Mama Cat, Dirty Dog. Got a brand new character I'm introducing to you. Not just Dirty Dog, but also Dirty Dog's got a slave, Beaver.
What is a dog whistle? Slave, Beaver, all the misogynistic fucking comments you people just let me make about my own fucking gender. This is why we gotta fucking watch 3 hours of Cool Cat. We can remember that the male species has some special defects over there too, people. My god. And now you're telling me he's gonna lead the fucking charge in whatever the fuck is going on here? Disgusting.
Beaver is cool, man. He was fun to write. And so I think you guys are going to really enjoy Beaver. So that's
the aforementioned autistic and Down syndrome kids Derek had previously mentioned, including, were now given the names Joy and Manuel. And Derek revealed that the principal was given the name Mel after he'd written the role intending him to be played by Mel Gibson.
The reason I named it Mel, I originally wrote it for Mel Gibson. That's who I was seeing in my mind. And I one time I had some dealings with one of Mel's right-hand assistants. They were real nice to me, and you know I respect Mel Gibson. I'm a fan of his work, and so that's what I'm thinking. But as I was writing it, John Travolta is who I want for this part. John Travolta would be so cool. It's a principal, man. And
he claimed he knew how to get John's representatives, and that he has a real chance of casting him since his last 2 movies didn't perform well. Throughout this video, he also discussed casting Tommy Wiseau, Johnny Depp, Justin Bieber, the Kardashians, and once again, PewDiePie. Derek went on to say that he was in talks with Felix's representatives, but they went silent on him, which he believed was because of people tweeting to him about past Cool Cat controversies, since he himself had received tweets about Felix's controversies.
See, he stated that he wanted to be a part of it. He says, I'm in. I emailed with his management team, and I never heard back. So he went radio silent. And I'm sure I know exactly what happened, because the same thing happened with me. And as I got dozens and dozens of either emails or tweets saying, you can't put...
Look at him sweeping for PewDiePie. What a selfless person, this Derek Savage.
PewDiePie in your movie because he said this and he did that, he did that. So if I got, I know I got over 4 dozen of those. I got well over 50 of those, and people, you know, throwing, you can't put him in your movie. So if I got that with my following and his following 100 times, 1,000 times larger than mine, so I can only imagine the crap that he heard about me. You know, so hey.
He ends off the discussion by disregarding Felix's past and hoping Felix would take a similar approach with him, saying that the people criticizing the both of them are just mad and want something to hate. This second offer went unanswered as well. Meanwhile, a YouTuber known as Many Kudos would release a video discussing many of Derek's biggest controversies, spotlighting the recent drama surrounding Jason Johnson and Ryan Osiris. This video would begin to see growth within the final months of 2019, eventually reaching nearly 900,000 views. Later on, his creator would join Ryan on stream, which acted as a reunion between Jason Johnson and Connor Dean, who had both been separately interviewed but were now appearing together in the same video. In it, they revealed they've both never seen any of the Cool Cat feature films all the way through. Little more information came out of this encounter since the focus was largely off of Derek himself, and he never acknowledged it in any way. Once again, despite Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting being his next feature film, he would switch focus to another side project called Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus, possibly to get involved with another trend, since it was by this point that quarantine had begun following the initial spread. Derek had already thought about selling Cool Cat masks, but on June 24th, he put out a poll asking audiences if they'd want a full-fledged Cool Cat film on the topic, and the vote was overwhelmingly in favor of it. Within 3 weeks, Derek had written the script and put up a second poll to determine the title. When a fan replied asking about Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, Derek stated it was the next project. On the 28th, he put up a video showing viewers the unedited opening scene of the film, stating it would soon have sound provided by his SFX guy, despite the fact that sound mixing was later credited as having been done by Derek himself. The same day, a YouTube poop creator known as Jimmy Davis edited in Cool Cat punching the coronavirus balls previously shown in the recent 420 Awards, offering his services to Derek, and was later accepted. His work did in fact appear in the film, and he received a credit for both his opening title design and visual effects, possibly making this the first mutually beneficial and positive interaction between Derek and a YouTuber. Broken clocks, right?
I mean, actually, this makes sense being the mutual relationship would be lolcow, artistic lolcow, let's say, and YouTube poop people, because all the shit they make is random and autistic and makes no fucking sense, and they will go out of their way for the love of the art, so they would help one of these cringe people do it for free. Like, that is the way to go.
However, for some reason, Derek was compelled to take down the video and edit out this clip. It's unclear if he removed this because he wished to not discuss the 420 Awards, or if something bad had happened with Jimmy Davis. Shortly after, he put the video back up with this change. In both versions, Derek also stated that he wished to involve someone famous to cameo for the role of a news reporter in the film. He evidently wanted Keemstar for the part.
And but really what I would like to do is maybe get like a YouTuber, someone who's got a nice following, maybe like a reporter or something. And first one who came to me is that Drama Alert guy. I don't know much about him, but you know, I'm sure he could shoot a video real quick, get it over to me.
He also revealed the official poster design, and that the film will act as the introduction of Dirty Dog's character, who in the movie will doubt the pandemic. Because of this, Derek says a selling point of the film is that it will give both sides of public opinion on the issue.
First is Cool Cat, it shows both sides of the issue. Cool Cat is, you know, all good and all that, you know, to wear the mask and follow the CDC guidelines and all that other stuff. But Dirty Dog, now he is the complete opposite. He is, says a scam, and humans are sheep for wearing the mask. Oh man, he was so fun to write. And I've written 2 brand new songs with it. And once again, I need some music, people. And you know the score of the songs. One is Cool Cat Virus Safety Tips, and the other one is Dirty Dog's rap song is a scam. And I wrote that song in an hour and a half, man, at work. I was just sitting there just laughing, people looking over at me thinking I'm loco or something.
He also reiterated that the end of this film is intended to set the stage for the next project, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
This film sets up, the ending scene sets up so beautifully for our next feature film, and that is Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, starring Cool Cat and Dirty Dog is the bad guy. And here's the cover. Bam! Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
Derek finished the video saying he'd begun.
Honestly, my thumbnail is trash compared to this. Like, honestly, I should delete this fucking Ace Sprite off my computer. This is the pinnacle. I love the Derek Savage movie in the middle there, too. And that is straight up like Microsoft Word fucking. Please, I love it.
Development, and that upon completion, he would make the film free to watch on YouTube, hoping that if word spread about the project, it could be shown in schools. He would later put out a music contest for those looking to score the opening after seeing Jimmy Davis's animation work and realizing fans could help contribute to the film's development. Throughout the next several months, Derek would develop the film further, stating that he'd cast 2 child actors and the filming was underway. He would also reveal the person he cast for the news reporter role was filled by a man known as Mike West, who Derek simply refers to as Obama.
Hey guys, it's Derek here. We're taking a little break from shooting, but hey, I got someone over here in the studio. Come on over here, bro. Hey Derek, how you doing? All right, hey, I tell you, you did such a great job last time. We had to bring the big O over here. Oh, I was glad to be back. I'm just glad to be back.
In the next couple of months, as progress continued, Derek would begin to create a Kickstarter once again, possibly as a means to drive up early sales, since, as before, the funding goal was set shockingly low, with Derek himself stating the project only had 1 day of shooting left at the time of the project's creation.
I only have 1 day left of shooting, and this project, literally after I finish shooting it, it will be completed within 3 days after that.
Over the years, Derek had also taken notice of the large number of fans looking to be credited in his films, and as a result, put rewards for this at the $20 tier, as well as associate and executive producer credits at $500 and $2,000. Although upon pledging $300 to the project, a fan would be able to have their picture put in a frame in one of the early scenes in the film that led into the news reporter segment. 2 days before publishing the project, Derek considered the idea of getting online figures directly involved to increase the reach this fundraiser would have, and after his continued support of the Cool Cat brand, as well as the 420 awards in recent years, Derek decided to finally unblock Adam and approach him with an offer. He messaged him, and upon not hearing back in a timely manner, he made a vague tweet publicly hinting at the event. This led fans to then ask Adam about the situation, and he eventually went in depth about Derek's message on stream, making it clear this offer was a lot more one-sided than he had publicly.
I just, once again, I'm a little sucker. I'm a little sucker for internet usernames, Twitter names getting brought into the fight. And it's like, yes, every time you want to go at Adam from yourmoviesucks.com, alleged zoo file, you gotta tweet at 2gay to lift.
Implied.
The reason I haven't responded about the Cool Cat shit is because I genuinely don't know how to. It's because I genuinely don't know how to. Alright, I'm just gonna fucking show you. Fuck everything. Alright, so here's the message you sent. Hi Adam, I truly appreciate the cool words you said about the 420 awards. I think there's something good and positive about this award show, and I hope to build it to be one of the top 4. My new film, Cool Cat Fights Coronavirus, is now approximately 65% completed, and it's looking very cool. And I have a deal to offer you. With this coronavirus epidemic, people worldwide need some entertainment, so I'm going to post this film on YouTube so folk can watch it for free, and I'm doing it a Kickstarter to help with the production expenses. One of the rewards is having a person's picture featured in a scene. It's limited to 4 pictures, and if you do 2 videos to help promote this campaign, I'll give you one of those picture spots. Have you ever seen the Choosing Beggars subreddit? And to give new content for the second video, I'll email you part of Dirty Dog's Coronavirus is a Scam music video to review, and there's never been a song like this before. If you've ever wanted to have your face in a Cool Cat film, then here's your chance. Let me know if interested, Derek. And then I actually asked him a question. What's the context of the picture scene? Shots opens on a table with the pictures, then pans to wider shot of TV with the news reporter. So that's what he's offering me in exchange for 3 promotional videos advertising his film. How do I respond to that? I'm fucking honest. This is like, I can't deal with this. He finally unblocks me off Twitter. Finally, I'd never done it. Like, literally, it was just from making my Cool Cat Learns Fair Use video. I finally unblocked him. And he's literally like, I've come to make amends. And then tries to get me to promote his film and pretend as though I'm benefiting. And this is like he's doing me a favor.
Much like Derek's offer for PewDiePie, this came off as selfishness disguised as a kind gesture. Adam pointed out that Derek simply offered to give him one of the picture slots with no strings attached. But by attempting to get more out of him, Derek had come off as transparently greedy and made him not want to take part at all while asking Adam to indirectly endorse his fundraiser for the film after his history of issues with past projects.
I'm sorry. I want to be on good terms with you. I really do. But why do you have to put me in these situations where I would literally have to sell out my morals? And the reason why I say this is because what you're asking me to do here, very clearly what you're asking me to do here, is to promote your fucking Kickstarter campaign when I already know that the previous 2 Kickstarters that I'm aware of, you've literally lied to people. You've taken their money for promises that you haven't kept. One of them was that I was supposed to be in your fucking, like...
Adam brought up Derek's handling of the Gun Self-Defense for Women film fundraiser, saying that his quiet removal of the promised cameo made the project misleading to those who had already backed it, and how he later had done the same and misled even more people after raising money from Mumkey Jones fans.
Bulimia Face is Josh of Kiwi Farms' claim, because, you know, these streamers, they're just so busy streaming their bullshit all day, and YMS is one of those, they'll eat like noodles and stuff on stream, and he like slurps them like a fucking vacuum sweeper. Like, doesn't chew them, nothing. And then people started the rumor that means he's got bulimia, he's used to vomiting.
To create Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, only to never make it and release an unrelated film comprised of reused footage to keep the money.
I couldn't in good faith at all promote your fucking Kickstarter. That would be entirely immoral, because like I believe, based on how you've organized your other crowdfunding campaigns, I believe that you would not deliver on the promises from your campaign. And to put my name on that and be like, hey everybody, donate to this, then I'm a part of your scam.
Adam closed the discussion by stating that he'd tried everything he could to be as nice to Derek as possible in the past, but that over the years it's made very little difference, and that there are some people that simply cannot be reasoned with. In the same stream, Adam publicly mentions that upon reaching out to Felix following his Cool Cat Kid superhero review, he made known Derek's Kickstarter history.
The reason why PewDiePie didn't do it might be because of me, because I literally DM'd him saying, here's the last 2 crowdfunding projects he's made. And here's what he didn't deliver his promises on. You're free to do with this information what you wish. Because I don't want him to like hurt his brand by saying, hey, donate to this thing, and then nobody getting anything from it, right?
Derek would near immediately leave a comment on this video lashing out at Adam, but deleted it within 20 minutes. Too little, too late. Wow, what a backstabber Adam is. I'm glad he read my letter because it shows just how friendly and professionally I approached him, and he pulls this crap for years.
Now what I continuously love is this is the Cool Cat Funhouse. I guess that's like the secret Anise account, but you'll just be like Cool Cat fucking avatar on Twitter, getting involved in like these deep political fucking discussions.
This person has dreamed of having his face in a Cool Cat project, and I offered just that. And this also would have led into an invitation to appear in the 3rd annual 420 Awards. I truly consider this to be a cockroach move. He is definitely not a cool cat, but a filthy bully. And he blocks the Cool Cat Twitter. How childish. Grow up, boy, and shame on you. Derek Savage. 2 days following this stream, Derek would publicize his Kickstarter project as originally planned, but upon discovering what Adam had said, he felt the need to respond with a video called Derek Addresses Two Campaigns, PewDiePie, and Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting Movie. In it, he tried to defend himself in hopes of disproving Adam's statements, and once again attempted to reach out to Felix for involvement in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
I'm Derek Savage, and I'm here to address some mistruths about a couple campaigns that I did, Kickstarter-style campaigns, and also I'm going to address PewDiePie. Okay, last week, Adam put out
the PewDiePie.
a video stating that I screwed people and or cheated people out of money on a couple past campaigns. One was the gun self-defense for women. Now, this film's been out for about 3 or 4 years now.
In this video, Derek claimed he kicked Adam from Gun Self-Defense for Women after he lied about him in his Cool Cat Learns Fair Use video, and that Adam was emotionally manipulating his audience by bringing up the fact that people had pledged to the project specifically for his involvement. He said people were allowed to have refunds if they wished, neglecting Adam's point of him not making this change known. He also claimed to have been in talks with Felix's manager, and upon interaction going silent, was emailed by someone claiming Adam was the reason for this.
And someone emailed me a few months ago and said that Adam contacted PewDiePie and told lies about me, and that's why PewDiePie backed out, or went silent on it. And I looked at that email, I said, nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And then on that video Adam made last week, I heard him with his own lips said that he contacted PewDiePie and told him that the last 2 campaigns I scammed people and I never made the film. Well, you know what? That's a damn lie right there.
Derek seemed to avoid Adam's claim that he hadn't released Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and acted as if Adam was instead arguing Gun Self-Defense for Women was the film to have never come out. Derek then discussed what he believed to be Adam's motive behind this.
Why in the world would he have purposely and intentionally lied to PewDiePie, to cheat PewDiePie out of a part to be in this feature film, in this project? And the only answer I could come up with is pure jealousy. That's it. Maybe you can come up with a better one or a different one. Great, but that's the one I come up with. So PewDiePie, from me to you, hey man, I'd love to have you in the project. I don't know much about you. I know that you got the big YouTube channel and all that good stuff, but literally, dude, when you sent that tweet to me, I've got well over 2,000 either emails or tweets or YouTube comments, thousands of them, where they want you in this project. I'm just letting you know. And because of what came down,
I mean, really, what's the difference between this guy and fucking the Jomhas being all desperate trying to get on fucking Hassan's clout, creating this boxing event and letting her husband get fucking beat in the head just for the fucking sole purpose of clout sharking and saying, I know these people and this people. And Derek Savage is still in Cali, doesn't live in a basement in Alberta, so he's doing better.
I was going to give you a part. Now I'll give you a starring role. Okay, now
He then goes on in depth about the situation Adam had been referring to with Mumkey Jones, calling him Ape Boy. Derek says he was not fired or kicked from the project, but had betrayed him and lied by claiming this was the reason.
When I first got the idea for this project right here, and it was just going to be a short project, I did an Indiegogo on it. I believe it was the Indiegogo, and I got an email from somebody, Ape Boy, or something like that. I can help you raise that $25,000 if you make me the school shooter or one of them. And I said, hey, deal, done. I did not kick him out of the project or nothing. And then all of a sudden, I get a bunch of tweets and everything saying that Ape Boy was throwing hate at me, saying that I fired him and I kicked him out, and that's all BS right there.
He then discussed his new project, Cool Cat Fights the Virus, claiming Adam had stated it was all a scam, and showed the film's project file as proof to the contrary.
So guys, I hope that clarifies a lot of things right there. And bottom line, I am telling you, if anyone ever says that Derek Savage cheated them out of money and or did not release a project, know right then and there you are dealing with a liar and someone who is intentionally trying to deceive you. Always remember, Cool Cat loves you.
Upon posting this video, Derek was heavily criticized, and many approached Adam for a response. He stated he didn't originally plan to give one, but upon being invited onto the Drunken Peasants podcast the following day, the situation naturally came up.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect him to make a video about it.
Oh, I didn't know he did. I just saw
we should probably watch the video.
Okay. I just saw he made you an
Okay,
offer.
I
you
didn't
can't
think I was going to
refuse.
address this ever, but sure,
Sorry.
I was
We should probably-
like literally debating in my head, like, is it worth it to even talk about this?
It's really
I'll,
but
I'll,
at the
I'll,
same
I'll
time.
yell at you to pause when I have a bunch of things that contradict what he says.
I'll get it.
You're welcome to be petty on Drunken Peasants anytime.
Over the course of this stream, Adam replied directly to Derek's points and gave context regarding the situation. He also clarified that despite messaging Felix and talking about Derek's history, Adam did in fact want him to accept the offer, but felt informing him of the past controversies was a professional courtesy. This stream would dredge up most of Derek's older controversies and echo the feelings of many people who were aware of his antics over the years.
PewDiePie, if he had accepted this film offer, which I wanted him to, and I told him I wanted him to because I would love to see PewDiePie in a Cool Cat film. I just had to make sure, like, if he was going to associate his brand with it, if I knew information about this that could be potentially damaging to his brand, I was going to be a good fucking person, an ethical person, and tell him this information.
Oh, we're an ethical person all of a sudden, but not when it comes to animals, mind.
That, you know, he could decide what he wanted to at that point. I didn't say don't be in the movie. I said, okay, here's what happened to his gun self-defense for women thing and how he was dishonest there. Here's what happened with the Mumkey Jones school shooting thing. You know, another burnt bridge, another YouTuber, another campaign where he lied about it and collected funds anyway. So that's two of them. Here's the third. You can decide whether or not you want to be the third and what you would expect from that.
From here, Derek would stop responding and eventually delete the video altogether. But by having gone over all of his past controversies and giving his outlook on them, it led many to believe Derek had yet to learn from any of his past mistakes and was doomed to keep repeating them. However, despite the fact that this surge of drama began as a result of Adam having little faith in Derek running his fundraisers properly, the attention Derek brought onto himself by responding may have ironically led to an increase in backers for the new Kickstarter. By the end of the project's run, Derek had raised $7,785, which was more than he had ever managed to acquire for any of his projects without direct endorsement from a popular YouTuber. For some reason, some people's reaction to a trash fire is to douse it with gasoline. Several months later, on March 21st, 2021, Derek would announce the film was complete and would be premiering soon, despite him stating in the project that it would have been released 4 months prior. He posted the video unlisted 3 days later for backers to get an early viewing before making it public. However, this version would later be replaced when Derek would decide to make adjustments and allow more people to contribute to the credits sequence by paying for one of the tiers. The film would be released once more on May 12th, 2021. However, despite Derek frequently linking people to it on Twitter, the video would remain unlisted for unknown reasons. This was possibly because Derek later decided to release it on DVD as well, which may have been a decision later on since the Kickstarter project never mentions a physical release, even as a reward tier offer. Still, few seem to be dissatisfied with having backed the project, and Derek delivered on his promised rewards, a remarkable feat considering his track record. The film itself was as advertised, being the first wholly original Cool Cat property without reused footage since the Hollywood Christmas Parade short in 2013. Although, due to Derek's fallout with Jason, he himself voiced the role once again, and this time wore the costume as well. This is officially credited to Angel DeHope, who was also credited as the art director in Gun Self-Defense for Women, although Jason had revealed this to be a pseudonym used by Derek to avoid revealing he was forced to get into the outfit himself to save money. The plot of the Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus short was that Cool Cat is hanging out with two kids, showing them proper safety precautions to avoid catching the illness, such as washing their hands thoroughly and the proper way to wear a mask. However, Cool Cat is seen without a mask for the majority of the runtime. During all of this, Dirty Dog is attempting to infect Cool Cat and his friends by throwing coronavirus balls at them, which he has the ability to create due to his magic sauce. I've made so many videos about degenerate furries at this point that the language being used here is kind of giving me nausea.
Those kids are so scared of coronavirus, and I hope my magic plan works. Now I just need to catch one. Yeah! I caught a coronavirus And now I need to add my magic sauce. I can't believe it! It actually worked! Thank you, Witch Dog, for the evil magical powers.
Derek would later reveal that Witch Dog was the mother to the Dirty Dog character and the original antagonist from the scrapped movie Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch that had later become Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and that
Impressive to get through this whole documentary and not thinking about his big white dick and how he just, you know, be pounding all that goth pussy all day. They all just be begging for him to fucking dominate them. This fucking ringworm.
she will still appear in that project. The film also featured
I'm Dirty Dog, and I'm the baddest there is. My coronavirus rhyme are the best there is. Kids are so dumb, and adults are too. I'll cough in their face just to scare them, yeah.
Its upload would go on to reach over 65,000 views, even while remaining in an unlisted state. Gauging the success of the film to what Derek wanted is difficult, but these metrics were nearly double his previous YouTube project, Cool Cat's Crazy Dream. And unlike that film,
Well, there's a video on yourmoviesucks.com, that user who never put out the Lion King 2 video, and he puts out a pretty good video criticizing Derek Savage's rap game, honestly.
Cool Cat Fights the Virus would receive a lot of attention from smaller reviewer channels, one of which being Bob Shucks, who made one of the original Cool Cat Saves the Kids reviews that received a strike on the same day as Alex's. However, larger review channels like Adam avoided discussing the new project, probably due to how depressively radioactive and fruitless interacting with Derek or his content was. From here, things would begin to settle down once again, as Derek went back to developing new projects behind the scenes. Despite having kept his word by ending the Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus film with a scene implying Dirty Dog was going to get Cool Cat at school to lead up to the next project, and even showing the poster for it, Derek would soon reveal that Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was once again pushed to the wayside in favor of other side ventures. Several months later, he would announce the creation of Cool Cat and 420 award show NFTs, and even made a dedicated Twitter account for the endeavor, which near immediately went inactive. Among the NFTs,
I can't believe Cool Cat NFTs didn't make it. Whose ego is more overinflated, though, his or Chris Chan's? I think that's a good debate.
listed was gay weed. A couple of them even sold, though for 0.008 and 0.009 Ethereum respectively. He also stated that the gun used in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting would become an NFT as well. In response to being criticized over the environmental damage caused by NFTs, Derek denied this and stated that mining for bitcoins is very guilty of that. Only 3 people today are known to have bought any of the Cool Cat NFTs released by Derek, and following his attempt at a new form of merchandise, Derek would return to his old ways once again and announced in November of 2021 that he would be releasing yet another re-edit called Cool Cat Saves the Kids Director's Cut, by adding further alterations to Cool Cat Kid Superhero, despite the fact that the previous version was repeatedly referred to as a director's cut as well. Derek had first mentioned the idea of releasing the film again in early 2020, just 2 years after the last cut, and in November of 2021 put up a fundraiser for the project with a goal of $300, again stating that there was no risk involved since the footage was already done.
Hi, I'm Derek Savage of the Cool Cat brand, and hey, we got some spectacular news for you today. If you've ever heard of a movie called Cool Cat Saves the Kids, you know, that's the film that really just helped the Cool Cat brand branch out. Well, you know, we're coming out with the director's cut, and I've got a lot of new footage. Oh, it's just gorgeous footage you never seen before, and Cool Cat is at his prime. Oh, Lordy be. So you're going to love it. And plus, this is going to take the run time up to approximately 100 minutes, which is a perfect run time for a film.
It would later be revealed that the footage in question was in fact 6 minutes of the unreleased pilot for Cool Cat Flips a House, rather than any original material, which may also be why its pilot episode runtime was shortened from 25 minutes to 18 minutes. The only other major change from Kid Superhero was Derek dubbing over Jason's lines in order to voice Cool Cat himself, as if his distorted twang would improve the film. He revealed the purpose behind the director's cut was to once again have a newer version that could get picked up for a streaming deal in hopes of attracting publicity for an investor to fund Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, which Derek later stated would require a $1.2 million budget to produce. That is $1 million $200,000, being asked by a guy who has failed to muster up original content in almost a decade now. On the Kickstarter page, he offered various Cool Cat merchandise and the chance to be named in the film's credit sequence. The project would be fully funded within the month at $1,483. Who are the absolute madmen who keep giving this lunatic money? By January, he would announce the new cut was fully edited and would be released on DVD that February. It seemed more and more apparent to viewers that Derek's actions would repeat themselves over and over, with him consistently trying similar yet new ways of expanding the brand, only to be met with the same hurdles each time. This film, like all of his others, didn't manage to attract the streaming deal or investor backing Derek had so desperately wanted. In June, he would release an announcement regarding his books that would talk about many of his upcoming plans. Most of his children's stories written over the years would return after having been out of print for the majority of time after their release, other than Cool Cat Stops Bullying through an eBay listing. These included Cool Cat, Baby Cat, Trolley the Trout, Best Buddies, and even Donnie the Dinosaur, which by then hadn't been mentioned on his website for over 9 years. Among them was also Bible Birdie, whose printed version was made using the full cover designed for him by James of the Odd Ones Out over 6 years before.
Bible Birdie loves Jesus, and this is a faith Christian themed book. 5 chapters. This is a chapter book right here. It's, not pictures. This is text right here. Look at that. Isn't that just absolutely spectacular right there?
Derek doesn't acknowledge what made him change his mind after he'd stated he wasn't going to use the entirety of James's work. Strangely, for this re-release of his Cool Cat series, he opted to remove the Spanish text that made the books bilingual, which had been an aspect of the series he'd been praised for in the past.
Page right here.
Librarian.
Half page. I had the English and Spanish text. Oh, it was just they didn't like them.
We got rid of the Spanish text. Yeah, they used to be bilingual. They used to have English and Spanish. That's funny.
No longer will we kowtow to big Latinx.
He also stated that he was now working on a book called Cool Cat Loves Vacations, which was a story that appeared to be an altered version of Cool Cat Loves Las Vegas, right down to the cover design. Evidently, he was in the process of adapting it into a short film, and hoped to cast Britney Spears in the project.
This is a book and a short script project. I'm about to talk to a couple Las Vegas officials, see if we can get it. I need to cast one actress. I know who I'm going to be pitching for it. Don't know if we're going to get her or not, but Miss Britney Spears was just in Vegas a couple weeks ago and she announced publicly that she loves Las Vegas. And now that she's married, congratulations.
I can't with that. That's upsetting. Really? I'm going to the video share. Need to find a palette cleanser for that shit. Maddie's apology. Saw that woo. History's speed runs. Okay, let's see. Woman gets caught using a fake social security number to get an apartment. So we'll see who's the worst scammer. Derek Savage or this woman. Yes, we leave Britney the fuck alone. You're right. Can't even hit fucking. Right, what's wrong with me?
Tis the season to be scamming. Fa la 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 la. Y'all are going to go to jail. Fa la 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 la. Girl getting exposed for using a CPN for an apartment and she got caught up. CPN most commonly refers to a credit privacy number, a potentially fraudulent 9-digit number marketed as a way to hide bad credit for new credit or loans. By using one instead of your social security number on applications is illegal and considered fraud, often involving stolen social security number. CPN can also stand for Certified Pediatric Nurse, a nursing credential, or refers to a citizen Potawatomi Nation, a tribal government, and other specific organizations like Commercial Property Network or Computer Professional Registration Council of Nigeria. Credit privacy number, CPN, fraudulent use. What it is, a 9-digit number sold as a new identity to bypass credit checks often created from stolen social security number. Why it's used? Scammers target people with bad credit to offer a quick fix for loans, apartments, etc. Legality. Using a CPN in place of your social security number on credit applications is illegal and can lead to criminal charges as it is a form of fraud. Legit.
It's me, but let's get into
aren't for general credit repair.
Like,
And
is it
so
an
when y'all
actual
hear
video,
these
though?
lovely individuals get online and tell you, I got a hack for you. This how you do a CPN application, they lying to you.
PSA. This is for educational purposes only, so do not hold anything I say against me, but let's get into it, y'all. Okay, let's address CPNs and addresses and why it is so important when creating your CPN file. So a lot of times people will choose to go the CPN route if they are in the middle of cleaning their personal credit, if they are filing bankruptcy, if they're being faced with eviction, and also when they're unable to use their personal credit. For instance, if a person is in the middle of purchasing a home and they can't have any activity on their personal credit, they will choose to go the CPN route. And
utilizing a CPN when you can't use your personal credit can be beneficial and necessary depending on your situation. Or you could just not buy whatever it is you want at that particular moment and not go to jail. You could do that. That's always an option. She sounds so professional helping y'all set yourselves up to have to protect your cheeks morning, noon, and night.
while it can be very beneficial, you also want to make sure that you create your file in the correct way to avoid buying a CPN that you cannot use. That's a waste of money. So the number one thing starts with your address. The address that you are choosing for your CPN file cannot be linked to your old credit file in any type of way. So that means no
Keep watching for different options for getting an address that you can use.
family, nowhere you've ever received a mail at, no one that you have ever used as a rep, no immediate family. Now, if you are purchasing your CPN package or creating your CPN with the intentions on obtaining a rental property such as an apartment or a house, then my suggestion
DM me for price list.
would be to use an address off Zillow. So you go find an address that was a house that was just recently put up for sale, and you use that address while creating your CPN. That way, when
you only be using this address for the
with you guys to make sure that it is successful and to avoid it merging with your old credit file. Now, if you guys want more information, feel free to inbox me at any time. Also, don't forget to click that link in my bio for more questions or other services that I offer. But y'all have a good night.
Yeah, she said y'all up for failure. Sending this to the guy who sold me a bad CPN.
Match what was provided in
Wait, what'd you say?
During a recent review of your file, I did discover some information that doesn't exactly match your application for your rent. So
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I'm just going to be very transparent. Like, your lease requires that all information on your application be accurate and truthful. And there's some false information on there, and so providing false or misleading information is a serious lease violation.
But I paid the rent on time so I don't. First of all, I don't understand what's wrong.
I'm sorry. It's not really about you paying on time. That's fine. However, providing false information without just going into too much detail. Honestly, if you could just come into the office immediately as soon as you can.
Okay. So basically, am I being kicked out? Like, what do I have to do?
Well, we do have to resolve this matter, so I just, just so that you could just come into the office and we could speak about it face to face. But because if it's not resolved right away, it would be out of my hands. We would have to move forward with a formal eviction procedure for sure, for falsifying application information. I'm sorry. The office is closed for lunch between 12.
I'm at work. I'm at work until 5. Is there any what?
No, it has to be resolved today, I'm sorry. Or I have to move forward with an eviction for sure.
Ma'am, just go ahead and pack your stuff up. Don't even go down there because they're going to call the police and you're going to jail. I always tell y'all got to think smart. Stop trying to, y'all always want to try to find a loophole. When you know something is wrong, don't do it. You got to do better. And then y'all be playing with the wrong folks. You really thought it was a good idea to use a CPN to get a house? You couldn't use your credit because it was bad. That lets you know what, maybe I should repair my credit. But you don't want to do that because that's too much like, right? You like, oh, I'm gonna take this shortcut.
Okay. All right. I will give you a call back.
All right. Thank you. See you soon.
All right. What she done to you? I didn't do nothing.
Then you leaning on the stove. I don't care if it's off or not. Why is you just comfortable leaning on an electric stove?
I went live. Y'all probably missed it, but the update is I have 48 hours to resolve this.
It just seems like major, like, life-changing things. Roof over your head, paperwork, I don't know. I'm ignorant on these things, let's just say, for the most part. So, like, all of it for the... Is this person even a real TikToker, though? I gotta ask, and by that I mean, or is this just a random stranger that thinks her life's interesting? Or is this what the influencing they do is? I'm confused.
So I will let y'all know what happens. I will let y'all know what happens in 48 hours. I don't know how I'm supposed to resolve it.
Get out.
I'm just going to reapply with my real info.
It don't matter if you reapply with your real info or not. They about to kick you out and you about to have to deal with some legal consequences because you should have used that information ahead of time. They can't trust you because you done been proven to be a liar.
The thing is, I feel like I would qualify, but I feel like, I don't know. Is my credit good enough? I don't know.
You knew your credit wasn't
I
good
make
enough.
plenty of money. I just don't know. We're gonna see.
So is.
We're gonna see. Listen, y'all. There's nothing to pack up. That was a secret.
You know what's insane? This is another talking about my mother, but I agreed with her on this one. She did not care for the Jetsons. She would be like, whoa, they all like talk to each other on camera and stuff. I would never have to put on makeup and stuff before you talk to someone on the phone. That's fucked up. That'll never happen. And then, here comes along FaceTime. But I don't like using FaceTime on the phone. I don't. Weird. I just don't. There are people who just love that. It's insane to me. And then you got people who just go on TikTok like, who the fuck are you? Like, I know who the fuck am I? But at least I'm doing like 2 things at once. Learning something. Cutie Pie Gray Star presents yet again.
House that I had to go into the new year with. I'm still at my old house with my man. So there's nothing over there at the house. Let's hope that I can keep it so that I can transition into it.
I think that you got you a new house on the way. I think that you have a new house that has 24-hour security. Some of the best surveillance in the world. They even offer up, they give you clothing. You'll have 3 meals a day. Dental and medical covered. Education available. Transitioning into a spot that you ain't even got to pay rent in. Girl, a win is a win. And only a select few are able to go behind bars because that's where you're going. To jail.
Okay, so look, I got stuck at work. until 4:30. I was supposed to be there at 4. I usually get off at 3, but somebody didn't show up to work today, so I'm stuck here till 4:30. But I promise I'm gonna be there right before you close.
Okay, so I'm pretty familiar with you, and I just want to just keep it real with you because I don't know how else to say it, but we know this is not your information that you gave us on your moving paperwork. Like, we ran it.
No, that's fine. I can reapply. I don't know what the person did. Somebody applied for me because I was in a hospital and I wasn't able to. Hold on 1 second, ma'am.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Yeah, 1 second. You said is this 7 minutes of
On another one of my lovely cozy days where we're just doing art and hanging out, chilling, having a good time, we should listen to the Kip Boga calls, but not like one of his edited videos, like one of the ones that are uncut. Those are good times.
to them, or is this a personal one to me?
That's a personal one to you. It's already going.
Yeah, I don't need a personal one. So the original one.
Yes. So the other part. Okay, so I will be there I can reapply. Have a good day. I can reapply with my information. I don't know how the person did it. They said that they could help me get the house. I don't know what information was put on there.
Okay. So just make sure you do come in today because it's escalated.
Okay, how long are you there till?
We're here till 5 p.m.
Okay.
And they're planning to change the locks first thing in the morning.
I will be there. So if I come and reapply, am I able to keep are y'all still going to change the locks?
Dude. Well, it's...
Are you here for drug screening?
Yes.
Okay. I will be there right before 5.
Yeah, just come on in and talk about it. And
Okay.
see what we're about to do. I can't really promise you anything, but just
okay, thank you.
Please try to come in today.
Okay.
Update on CPN. Had to get my white friend opinion.
TikTok is scaring me because they're saying don't go to the office today at 3 because the police is going to be there waiting on me because of the CPN. But somebody told me that they was going to do whatever the CPN. What is exactly the CPN? Because they telling me that it's fraud and I didn't do the fraud. If it is fraud.
I mean, the real question is, what do you think a CPN is? Because I mean, for real.
I thought a CPN. I mean, people are on social media acting like they can help people get stuff and apply for stuff. You know, I'm just thinking like, okay, they can get me approved for sure. I don't know.
No, I mean, they're essentially using another social security card in place of yours. It's fraud all the way.
And you think the police would be there waiting on me?
I mean, they probably know you, so yeah, they might pull up.
Ain't no might. I'm shocked they ain't pull up at your job.
But I'm not. I'm not scared though.
No, I know you're not scared.
I ain't scared.
That's the scary part for real. You're not scared.
Bro, I don't understand what I'm gonna be scared for. I'm gonna just cooperate with them so I don't go to jail.
All right.
Did you just say you had no idea what was going on?
I really didn't. I just thought like, okay, since my credit, I'm scared that my credit is not gonna get me approved. Let this person help me. I didn't know that they was gonna do fraud.
I mean, a CPN is literally just a made-up number. Sometimes it's for dead people. Sometimes it's for somebody who's disabled.
Oh my god. I'm about to call the boy.
Maybe they won't check.
The boy said that I could call him when I go on break at 1. It's 12:57 now.
Okay.
So I'm about to call him.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do what?
I wouldn't do a CPN if I were you.
Oh my god, it's already done. I'm going at 3 o'clock. I'm gonna go to the office at 3.
How about it's already done? The whole time, felony risk. Talk about, man, we already made it this far. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my god. Well, I'm about to call him and I'll call you back.
Y'all touched.
Tyler, call him.
Okay.
Add him to the call, see if he answers.
I just did.
Real.
Yo, what up?
So, I've been calling you.
Yeah, no.
So are we gonna see her get evicted? That's my question. Like, she doesn't seem to be in a hurry to really solve the problem. Like, is she hoping chat on TikTok will solve the problem?
I've been busy. What's up?
So, I'm going at 3 o'clock. I'm going to the office. Can I reapply with my regular information? Everybody telling me that a CPN is a dead person's social or a kid.
Quit listening to everybody else, man. Everybody else don't do that. That's why everybody else don't got one. Like, you good. I'm telling you, good. You good. You 100% good. I wouldn't, you feel me? I wouldn't vouch for this if he wasn't good.
Tell him to show up. Tell him to come with you to the meeting. So when they ask you, where you get the CPN from? Well, I got it from him. Because if I got to protect my cheeks for 24 hours, you're going to be protecting yours too, sir. We all in this together. Handed. That's what I'm on. I'm not going to jail by myself. And somebody already told you what it is. And Google is free. Y'all be acting like Google don't be at y'all fingertips. Y'all stay on y'all phone because I stay on mine. You didn't want to know. And then some of y'all be knowing just don't care until y'all get in trouble. And then all of a sudden y'all shot.
Because today I got to go to the office and resolve it. I don't even know what I'm going up there to do. People talking about the police going to be waiting on me.
Ain't no police gonna be up there waiting on you, man. They tripping, man. I done did this. I do this. Like, this is literally my bread and butter. It's how I get my money. It's how I make my money. Like, you good. It ain't no scam, nothing like that.
All right, well, can you, I'm gonna call you when I get up there, or can you come with me?
Call me for what?
I'm saying, I'm about to go up there and I don't know what they want me to do. But can you come with me? Because you the one who did this. I don't know nothing about
coming
this.
Up there with you.
Just go find out what they want and then call me after you go up there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, good.
Yeah, putting his cheeks on the line. He know he's scamming. And some of y'all be knowing y'all friends scammers and just be going along with the game.
Bro, you good.
You good.
You 100% good.
I don't know. Well, I'm gonna see. Because I want to heat my house.
Soon as you done, when you leave from up there, I'm gonna call my people who I did it with, my other people I be doing it with. I got you. Don't even worry about it.
All right.
All right, babe. Call me as soon as you done. All right.
I'm about to clock out now.
If my straight the voicemail, just text me.
All right, I'm about to go now. It's 3 now. I got stuck at work, but I'm about to go now. I should be there by 4. 3:30.
All right, just let me know.
All right. Okay, so look. I got stuck at work until 4:30. I was supposed to be there at 4. I usually get off at 3, but somebody didn't show up to work today, so I'm stuck here till 4:30. But I promise I'm gonna be there right before you close.
Okay, so I'm pretty familiar with you, and I just want to keep it real with you because I don't know how else to say it, but we know this is not your information that you gave us on your moving paperwork. Like, we ran it.
No, that's fine. I can reapply. I don't know what the person did. Somebody applied for me because I was in a hospital and I wasn't able to. Hold on 1 second, ma'am. You're good to go.
Yeah, 1 second. You said, is this sending it already to them, or is this a personal one to me?
That's a personal one to you. It's already going.
Yeah, I don't need a personal one. So the original one?
Yes. So the other okay, so I will be there I can reapply. Have a good day. I can reapply with my information. I don't know how the person did it. They said that they could help me get the house. I don't know what information was put on there.
Okay. So just make sure you do come in today because it's escalated.
Okay, how long are you there till?
We're here till 5 p.m.
Okay.
And they're planning to change the locks first thing in the morning.
I will be there. So if I come and reapply, am I able to keep are y'all still going to change the locks?
Dude. All right, she finally show up, y'all.
Tiana, I'm here about the CPN situation.
I don't know what that is. Who are you talking?
Arrived. Michaela. Oh, wait.
Well, this is the most watched part.
precinct? You got bond money, sister?
Yo, so I cut it all the way through, but you're gonna have to come back with a hammer. And look, you see it?
For my storage? Yeah. Oh my God, I'm at the leasing office, Tyler.
No, I'm saying like whenever you come
I
here.
know that. So is it open?
I mean, it just got welded. It's like 1,000 degrees.
I need you to
can't
come
touch it.
to the leasing office right now.
Rush hour.
You hear me, Tyler?
Yeah. What's up? I'm about to pull it right now.
Bro, there's a man here. And I said, I'm here about the CPN situation. He said, who did you talk to?
Doesn't seem like anybody in the fucking TikTok chat room watching her, sending her all these hearts, are being very helpful. Just saying.
I'm here because of the CPN situation. You are nuts.
Well, why would I say that? But it's real. It's real.
Made that deep.
Oh my God.
I'm here for the CPN.
Oh my God. Why did I say that? And then I didn't even record yet because of the phone. I forgot to record because I'm on freaking TikTok live. I need you to come. I don't know what that's going to do, but I don't want to be by myself. Oh my God, y'all.
They ain't come to that building. The police would have came up with their sirens ablazing.
Police is here, Tyler.
Sirens right now. I hear the sirens.
And I swear to God, the police is here. And then you're on the other phone, so I can't even record.
Oh,
then hang up.
I'll call you right back. I'm in my boyfriend's
mama
car.
from now. We tried to tell you, run, Forrest, run. Leave. You need to leave right now. First gonna say, stay and resolve the CPN, mama. They trying to get you in jail. We told you not to go. Okay, now pull off. Leave.
Oh my freaking God. Why would I say I'm here for this? Why did I say that?
If the police already there, they will pull her over. Why you say that? Why would you even go up there? If anyone of authority finally gets a hold of you, you say someone else did the application for you. It don't matter because her name is associated with it. They don't care how they know that's true. She already been found to be a liar. That's the problem.
Just alerted the cops. That's not funny because it's not like I'm freaking robbing a bank. I'll talk to the cops. Why did the police pull up that fast?
Because you a fraudster.
There's no way.
I bet. Yes way. They was waiting.
Why did the police pull up that fast?
Change your name. Bro, if the police was there and you recording all of this, you incriminating yourself. You been putting your business all out there when in reality you should have just shut up and never went back to that place ever again. That's a Fed crime. Somebody said in the comment section.
Y'all, calm down. The windows are very tinted. Like, they're very dark. They can't see me.
She capping. Because if the windows is tinted and you saw the police but they ain't see you, you should have pulled off and you most definitely shouldn't have opened the door up again. Some of y'all are...
This isn't true. That freedom warrior was just fighting for her rights. Why are you letting this YouTuber lie to you guys? Sheeple. Her.
Slow criminals. And that's the problem. Y'all don't use y'all brain.
Hold on, I had to call.
You better call Tyra.
They did not see me get in. I don't think they did. Yeah. Mom, I'm here and the police is here. I'm on live too.
I told you. Well, what you gonna do? You gonna pull the off?
I'm at Anthony's car. They can't see me, but.
Well, you better get the way. You better go on and leave. I'm glad you gave me your card so I can buy your ass out. Cause it look like you going to jail, homegirl. You gonna be in there with your brother.
I'm not about to go to jail. I'm not about to stay. As soon as I went in there, I went in there and was like, I'm here about the CPN situation, but it wasn't the lady.
What?
But I didn't mean to say that.
What? Man, oh my God. Oh my God.
As soon as I came outside, the police was pulling up right there.
Oh my God. They was probably already on standby.
And then I couldn't even record because Tyler called me. As soon as I was about to record the police, Tyler called because he at my storage trying to break my lock so I can get into my storage. But
well, you know how to get away with
you just scamming in general.
The police, you know, we do that all the time. And you legit, no, because
my mom would sell me the fuck out. Because for the sole purpose of I know better. That's why. She gave me the golden rule. No matter who your parents are, how much they suck. I am sure you've all been warned that if it's sounds too good to be true, it fucking is.
You wanted for the one. I was about to say it.
So let me get this straight. The mom was about to say you got a warrant. Yes, I'm up. But now I'm just trying to figure out what I can and can't post because I have a court hearing February 9th, 2026. I was questioning all night and they were trying to get me to tell or else I have to take charges. I don't want the authorities' voices being heard, ma'am. Real said he been doing it and it ain't nothing wrong with it. So let him explain. What you can and can't post, baby, you posted it all. Girl, give them the whole case, including a FaceTime video of the faces of folks involved. We will keep your book stocked. Who is we? You apparently been out here doing wrong. You got somebody breaking into your storage right now. Girl, you might not want to say anything until the court date, no matter how much they want the tea.
Officer Daniels with the Columbus Police Department. Is this Tatiana?
Yes, it is. Hi, Officer Daniels.
Okay, so listen, you were instructed by the management to come to the office to solve a documentation matter today. When our unit arrived, your vehicle was observed leaving the parking lot.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that. I told the man, hold on. I told him that I would come back.
You left while the officers were attempting to make contact with you. That raises concerns given the nature of the report.
Ma'am, I don't know why you keep answering these calls. Call your lawyers, because at this point you in too deep. And they set you up for failure. And you keep recording this.
Okay, what happens now? Do I have to come back? Like, what am I?
All right, this is what's going on. The leasing office submitted a complaint stating that the application connected to your residence going to need financial information.
Okay, well, I thought I was supposed to resolve that. Like, am I in trouble?
Listen, I'm going to need you to meet us down at 120 Marconi Boulevard to clarify these discrepancies.
Okay, and I have to come tonight. Like, I have to. Yeah. So, am I being arrested?
Not as now.
No, not right now. Not that he talking to you. No, you ain't gonna be arrested. We just want to talk. We want you to clarify. And depending on your answers, that's gonna let us know whether or not we shall arrest you. But in the back of his mind, he's saying, yes, I'm gonna arrest you. I'm just giving you an opportunity to do my job. I don't want to have to come find you. I want you to come to me. Make this easy for me. We know that you did something to these documents. We've been paying attention to your social media like everybody else. You don't think we see your video getting millions of views? You don't think we know that's you? We even left a like. We saved it to our favorites. And we left a beautiful comment under an anonymous name. And now here we are meeting in person. So you can get clink clink locked down.
I'm getting ready to be on the way. All right, sir. I'll be there in a second.
Okay.
I mean, if you're using someone else's name and stuff to buy stuff, that's identity theft, fraud. Yeah. Stealing someone's identity and yes, you're using and going forth with it, is that automatically makes it a felony, I believe.
They're trying to make it seem like as if it's a certain way you can do it where it's not illegal.
Okay. You can tell me. I'm not. Well, what exactly are they trying to do? It's just a matter of time before they catch on that this person's dead. And, you know, then they're willing to prosecute.
Yeah.
Also, there isn't just one or two cases. Probably a lot of people doing that. So, like I said, it's just a matter of in time getting caught, because they will find out through a process that this person's deceased through identification.
The people that wanted to be fake a skit so bad is irritating me, because it's like, are you new here? Because everybody knows I record everything. I never cared. Like, I would record at a funeral.
Ah, you see, stalker child. I counted on this all along. I didn't do nothing wrong, and I really don't care because I'm rich anyway. It is you who is wasting your time by caring and judging me. Is that the turnabout fair play here?
I've done that before. I don't even care. Like, I'm not worried because I have a lawyer. The only thing I'm worried about is me and my best friend's relationship, because that's my best friend's friend. And it's like, Rail, he don't got no kids. I have a son.
Scamming, and apparently that ain't your best friend, because if that was your best friend wouldn't have put you in a situation to where you could get caught up. They would actually look out for you and be like, hey, you know this is a scam, you shouldn't be doing this, because you got a son. Where your son gonna be if you in jail?
So it's like, you crazy if you think that I'm about to just take the charge, take the blame, and I don't even know you from a can of paint. I know you through my best friend. But whatever. I didn't even show y'all the video of me in questioning. That was me meeting them in the parking lot. But whatever, y'all.
Why you hiding it? You say you recorded, put it on here. We wants to see.
I'm just so stressed because my life, like, I feel like God gave me a second chance at life. I had 7 thefts on my record, and I got them expunged. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. And I'm just ready for this to be over with, but it's literally just beginning. I just hope everything
you actually got some
goes in my favor, because I got too much to lose, and I really didn't know what I was getting myself into.
Google is free. I know one song that you can sing if this just so happy to happen to you. Steady trying to find a mo. Why do what I do?
Everything that I learned, I taught myself. Like, I had to grow up.
How could this happen to me? Well, and this is once again why I'm afraid my kind need to lose their rights to money and be back on fucking... I can't help it that the worst of the worst are the ones that make it onto the video and trick us.
Up and figure stuff out on my own. So, like, long story short, life is hard. Like, if you don't have it figured out yet, it's okay. Because I'm still trying to figure some stuff out. But, I don't know. I'm just going to pray. And, I don't know. I just hope everything works out. Because my son is 11 years old. And I remember going to jail in 2017. I was in jail for 3 months. And it was so hard for me to talk to my son on the phone, because he was like a toddler, and I knew that once I heard his voice that I would bust out in tears. But he's too old, like too of age for me to be going to jail now. So I hope everything just work out.
I didn't grow up with, people to talk to about certain
Bro,
things.
you ain't gotta talk to people. You could have just simply talked to Google, like I did at the beginning of this video. You got to stop. At a certain point, at your big age, you gotta take accountability and understand. You had 7 thefts that you had to get expunged off your record. So you a thief. Or you a rehabilitated thief. And unfortunately, you ain't upgraded your circle because they keep putting you in the same space of people that work in your field. She connecting you with another thief that keeps setting you up for failure. And I do think that you knew what was up. You just was praying you did not get caught. And that be the problem. Y'all don't dislike jail enough. Y'all don't like not having y'all freedom. Y'all like being government property. You got to start hating it. You got something to live for. You should be on the straight and narrow. You could look that up and be like, you know what is a CPN? Can I go to jail for using this? Is it legal for me to buy a CPN?
I've been on social media since I was like 10 years old. Like, I was the only kid that lived with my grandparents.
Blame the social media and the parents. Good old-fashioned move right there.
Growing up. So, I always felt like more love from strangers online than like the people in my real life. So that's something that I struggle with. This is like an outlet to me. An outlet for me. And in this situation, it could be good or bad. I don't know. But, I don't know. I just don't want to talk about it no more.
All right, so it's Christmas holiday, and I hope everything work out for you. I think that this is a bought lesson. You guys to do better. And you need to upgrade your circle and reevaluate some of the people that's in your life. Because Rail walking around here, he ain't got his time in the sun yet. It's on the way. They gonna catch up with him too. As always, remember that you're fearfully and wonderfully made. Stay blessed.
No, we don't have time for murder. It's Anime Saturday. You want to enjoy watching things, you can hop onto the Discord. Tonto's in charge of telling me what we're going to watch. You know, cool copyrighted things. Animes. By animes, we mean it could be Gone with the Wind. I don't fucking know. Watch the Patty Hearst documentary, and before you say, oh no, that's not an anime. Before you say, no, that's not an anime, let me explain the ways. There was a damsel in distress who learned that there could be something more to her life, and she changed. And then she regretted it and went home. And then it was... things happened. Anime. Okay. Thank you for hanging out. I'm making radios again. I think I made my little evolution. My little macaroni cup. I'm working on trying to figure out what the third form is going to look like for that. Anyway, come hang out on Discord. Goodbye.